that you were the victim in this case when I sort of scolded you for going in and out. So I apologize for that. You do have the constitutional right to be here. And again, we kind of got off on the wrong foot in that regard. Secondly, though, I do understand that there was a comment that was made while we were going into recess to some of the defendants, maybe attorneys. Can't have any of that. So it makes more sense for none of you to interact with Mr. Vinegar, and Mr. Vinegar, you don't interact with any of the other folks that we have. Is that something we can do? I'll take that as a yes. Okay. All right, let's continue then. We have exclude witness mode, right? Hartman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you give the court your name, please?
Vanessa Montesalin.
And can you go ahead and
Ms. Allen,
spell?
if you could scoot up just a little bit, that might help you be heard a little bit
Thank
better.
Go ahead and spell that for our court reporter, please.
VANESSAMONTESALLEN.
And Ms. Allen, you employed?
Yes,
Okay, full-time, correct?
correct.
And what part of area of town do you live in?
I live in Mason.
Okay. I want to talk to you specifically about the little afternoon on August 24th, 2024. That particular day, where did you happen to be?
I was in Innovation Way at the light, about to get on the highway, on 71.
Were you driving a car? Were you a passenger in a car?
I was a passenger. I was not driving.
Who else was in the car?
It was my husband and my 2 children.
Were you coming from your home? Where were you going?
That is correct. I was coming from my home. We were going to get on the highway to go and eat lunch in the Kenwood area.
So as you make your way to, when you're at the intersection of Innovation Way and I-71, are you the first car at that stoplight?
Yes, I was on the second lane, first car.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 14. Are you familiar with what that photograph depicts?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the intersection on Innovation Way.
And would if you could actually write on the screen, so if you would
But before we do that, Mr. Hartman, can we zoom in? It seems like only part of your picture is really relevant to what we're doing, and it'll make the marks a little more specific. Maybe keep zooming and reposition a little bit. I mean, it would seem like that, since we're going to make another screenshot of it, it probably makes sense for us to make it as detailed as we can.
Sure.
Okay, so ma'am, in front of you, you have a screen, and at the bottom, there are little colors. So when you touch one of those colors, what you touch on the screen will make a corresponding mark.
Okay.
If you touch on the screen, it will make an arrow. If you touch and hold your finger and draw a little bit, it'll draw. So
Okay.
just sort of like this, that's me making the red circle.
Okay.
And then there's an X on there that you can make an X out. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hardman.
So is the location where your car was at depicted on the screen currently?
Correct. Yes.
If you could, just go ahead and put an X or a mark of some sort as to where your car was. And you have a red light at that point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did something grab your attention while you were seated there?
Yes.
Tell the court what it is you observed.
We observed a group of people on the right side across the street, right here, fighting.
Did you observe where they came from, how they got there, anything along those lines?
No. I did not.
So the first observations you have is there's a group of people there.
Yes.
Can you tell how many people there were? Do you have any personal recollection of the number of people that were there?
Not exactly. We just saw a group of people, fighting.
And how did you react to that? What did you do? What did you say to any of the people that were in the car with you?
I was in shock, and I already had my phone out, so I started recording just because I just never seen anything like that, and it's just instantly recorded.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. And does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
How was that familiar?
I took that video.
This is the video that you took,
Yes,
and that's a fair and accurate reflection of what you saw while you were seated, while you were sitting at the stoplight of Innovation Way and I-71 intersection on the early afternoon of August 24, 2024.
yes.
We're going to follow the same procedure. We're just going to leave the marks up there. We're going to ignore them, and at some point, we're going to take a screenshot of the other picture that we were using.
That's fine. Other than what you were able to see from the video, do you have personal recollection of who did what or did what to whom or anything along those lines?
No,
You were taking the video and we see that all from right there, is that correct?
that is correct.
With regard, we saw you obviously panned over to see where individuals were running off to, is that correct?
Correct.
Was there anybody left in that little grassy area that has your purple X?
Yeah, there was a man down, not moving.
And what did you do at that point in time after the video stopped?
We immediately tried to call 911. We couldn't get through. So we waited until it was safe to pull over to try to assist and try to get through 911.
And when you say pulled over, did you go over into that little dead end area right there?
Yeah, so we parked right here.
Was there anybody else that you observed who pulled over into that area?
There were a couple cars that pulled over, but they quickly left. I remember a lady that said that she actually got,
Overruled.
You can go ahead.
I remember there was a lady that said she got through 911, so then we stopped calling 911.
Did you get out of the car at all?
Yes.
And where did you go when you got out of the car?
I approached the police officer that was on the scene to let him know that I have video.
And you turned over the video that we just saw as a result of that, is that correct?
Yeah, immediately.
Any of the events that occurred prior to your video starting until when your video ended, was there anything else that you saw or that you observed that was noticeable to you at that point?
No, only after, once we pull in, we saw a lady assist the gentleman that was down, and that was the only thing we saw.
So you did see a woman come up to the man that was on the ground?
Yeah, I did see a woman come up.
Did you observe her doing anything or saying anything to him?
She said something, I think she was crying, maybe. I don't recall words that were said or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Allen. No further questions?
Respectfully, nothing, Judge.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Briefly, Judge.
Go ahead and take a screen cap of that. Go ahead, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you. Morning, Ms. Allen. Kevin Hughes, I
Good morning.
represent Tiffany Parks. You didn't see the people get out of the cars?
No,
You did not see who had bats when they got out of the cars?
Can you repeat that
Did
question?
you see who got out of cars with baseball bats?
No, I did not.
There was a woman that's identified wearing a green shirt. You recall her, and she never touched a bat in your recollection, correct?
Correct. Not from,
Never kicked the guy that's on the ground or punched at him, correct?
I did not see that.
And in fact, she was the one that pulled everyone away and got them back across the street, right?
Correct.
No further questions, sir.
Mr. Kramer?
No question, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Bennett?
Is it okay to stand here, Your Honor?
Wherever is good for you.
Just got a couple of questions. You said that you saw some people fight,
Correct.
but you couldn't specifically see who was doing what, though, could you?
No.
Even with your video, with your cell phone video, you're videoing it, but you can't tell exactly what person is doing what to another person. It just looked like a group, if you have to say yes for the record.
Yes.
Right. It just looked like a group of people, a scum of people, or a cluster of people being involved doing something, right?
Yeah.
But you just couldn't tell who was doing what, right?
Correct.
Right. But you did see, though, there was a woman that had blue on. She was pushed back. Did you see that person fall? Have you looked at your video?
Yes, I have looked at my video.
In your video, there's a woman that has blue on, like blue scrubs or healthcare scrubs, and then she's pushed back and onto the ground. Did you see that?
Yes.
Right. And did it look like that person was trying to break up the fight and was pushed back?
I can assume that, yeah.
But you can tell, though, that person was pushed back on the ground by someone, right?
I saw her fall. I
Right.
don't know if it was pushed. It's on the video.
Okay,
Yeah. It happened so fast.
I understand. Judge, I have no further questions.
Mrs. Ostrowski?
Yes, thank you. Briefly, in your video, do you know how the two gentlemen ended up on the ground with the gentleman with no shirt and the gentleman with the red shirt on top of him?
I do not know how they ended up. They were fighting, and I just saw them one go down. That was it.
You would agree that your video starts with a gentleman with no shirt on the ground, correct? And the
Yeah.
gentleman with the red shirt is on top of him, correct?
Correct. That's on the video. Yes.
Okay. Do you know how, you keep talking about that there was a fight going on. Do you know how the fight started?
No, I do not know.
Did you hear anything? Were your windows down?
No, my windows were up.
Okay. Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allen. You can step down.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Timothy Vinegar, Your Honor.
Did you get this?
Go on the stand, raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, sir. Would you give the court your name, please?
Timothy Vinegar.
Can you go ahead and spell that for our court reporter?
For my whole name,
Yes, sir.
TIMOTHYVINEGAR.
And Mr. Vinegar, are you currently employed?
Yep.
What are you doing right now?
Work for a grocery store.
Okay. And is that a recent job that you've acquired?
Yep.
Okay. I want to take you back to the August 23rd, going into August 24th of 2024. Do you remember that evening and then ultimately that day of August 24th?
I don't remember much.
Okay, but you do remember some things, correct? I need you to say yes or no, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start, first of all, where were you living back in that period of time?
With Tiffany Parks,
Okay. And where was that at?
Cottage Hill,
Do you know the address there?
2709 Hengy.
I'm sorry, 2709
709 Hengy.
Henge?
Yeah.
Okay. How long had you been living with Tiffany Parks there?
2.5 years.
Did you live with anybody else at that home?
Her kids,
Okay, and who are her kids?
Zoe and Matthews.
Okay. So Zoe Matthews being one of those, is it what you just said?
Yep.
Okay. So just so we're clear about, we're talking about the same people, you talked about Tiffany Parks. Do you see Tiffany Parks in the courtroom here today?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, can you just tell us what she's wearing for us, please?
Cheetah print.
Okay. Record reflect identification of the defendant, Ms. Parks, Your Honor.
Noted.
Zoe Matthews, do you see her in the courtroom here today?
Yeah, right there with the mask on.
Can you just describe her clothing a little bit?
Black, white shirt.
Record reflect identification of defendant, Ms. Matthews.
Mr. Vinegar, I know Ms. Matthews is wearing a mask. You can identify her even though she has the mask on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And you, how long have you known, I know you said you lived with them for the last 2.5 years. How long have you known Tiffany Parks and Zoe Matthews?
Just like 97, 98.
Started as a friendly relationship, turned into a romantic one?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about other individuals. Are you familiar with a man by the name of Derek Floyd?
Yeah.
How do you know him?
Zoe Peoples. Family.
Sorry, you said family?
That's Zoe family.
So you've had interactions with him prior to August 24, 2024?
Yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yeah, over there.
Can you just tell us what he's wearing for us?
Sunglasses and black shirt.
Record reflect identification of Mr. Floyd, Your Honor.
Noted.
How about Corey Matthews? Are you familiar with the Corey Matthews?
Yeah.
How do you know him?
Zoe family.
Okay. Somebody you've met and knew before August 24, 2024?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today? Go ahead and tell the court what he's
Got on
wearing.
blue shirt.
Record reflect identification of the defendant, Mr. Corey Matthews, Your Honor.
Noted.
How about DeAmber Mitchell? Are you familiar with the DeAmber Mitchell?
Yeah.
How do you know her?
Been knowing since I was a teenager.
Okay. Is there any relationship to anyone other than friends?
That's Tiffany Parks' cousin.
Okay. Tiffany Parks' cousin?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see her? I think you're using your hand to point to somebody. Can you
Yeah,
just
she got on pink and white.
Record reflect identification of defendant DeAmber Mitchell, Your Honor.
Noted.
And how about finally Brittany Matthews? Are you familiar with her?
Yes.
And again, how do you know her?
Zoe Matthews' cousin.
Okay. Somebody you knew prior to August 24, 2024?
Yes.
Someone you interacted with and observed Zoe and Tiffany interact with as well during that time?
Yeah.
And do you see Brittany in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Can you point to her and identify what she's wearing for
White
us?
and pink.
Stipulate, Judge.
Noted, thank you.
Thank you. Where were you at the morning of August 24th, 2024?
I was in college here.
Okay. Were you at your house?
Yeah.
And did you have the occasion at some point to leave your home in College Hill?
Did I what?
Did you happen to leave your home in College Hill at some point that morning?
Yes.
Where did you go to?
I went walking.
You were walking?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you walk? Did you walk to anywhere specifically?
Man, I was walking for hours.
Ultimately, where did you end up?
My aunt's.
And what is her name?
Paulette Scales
Okay. And where does she live?
in College Hill.
Okay. How far from your home at that time was your aunt's house by walking?
Only 30 minutes.
Did you go directly from your house to Paulette's, or had you been going to other places in the meantime?
No, I walked for hours.
And so you ended up at your Aunt Paulette's house.
Yes.
Was your aunt there when you first arrived?
No.
Did she get there after that?
Shortly after I got there, yeah.
And what happened at that point in time?
She took me to my mama's.
Okay. Was there a reason why, or did she communicate to you any reason why she was taking you to your mom's?
Objection is what she said, Judge.
Well, overruled. I'll allow it for the limited purpose of explaining why this witness and these folks were doing the things that they were doing. I'll admit it for that purpose and no other. Go ahead and answer, Mr. Vinegar. Do you remember the question?
Now, what's the question?
Did your Aunt Paulette indicate any reason why she was taking you to your mom's?
No,
You were just going to your mom's?
yeah,
And where does your mom live at?
Mason,
Okay. And how did you get there?
my Aunt Cora.
Okay, and just fair enough question. Do you remember the route you took to get to Mason?
Ronald Reagan is 71.
How far is a drive is it from your house or from your aunt's house in College Hill to your mother's house in Mason?
About 25 minutes.
That's driving, correct?
Yeah,
Where does your mom live in Mason?
on Water's Edge.
Okay. Do you know any streets that her subdivision is off of?
I just know her street, East Bay.
Okay. Who all is in the car as you're making your way to your mother's house?
Me and my aunt.
No one else in the car.
Nope,
To your knowledge, were there any weapons in that car?
nope,
Did you have any weapons with you?
no,
Did you see your aunt ever holding any kind of weapon?
no,
Did you ever see any baseball bats in that car with you?
no.
Do you know what kind of car your aunt drives?
I think I'm Pilot or something.
Do you know what color it is?
Dark blue.
As you are making your way to your mom's house, at some point did something happen? Did you get detoured or not head toward your mom's house? Did the route change?
Yeah, we put in my mom's neighborhood. She said somebody was following us since College Hill.
Who said that?
My aunt.
Okay. And so what happened at that point?
She did a U-turn.
Okay. And headed in which direction?
Back out of my mom and them subdivision.
Do you know where you then went out of your mom's subdivision? Did you turn right or left?
Went left down toward Innovation Way.
What is your reaction at that point in time based on what your aunt has told you? What are you doing at that point?
I'm looking to see who she said was following us.
Okay. And so were you doing anything? Were you saying anything? Were you making any phone calls? Were you doing anything along those lines?
No,
Okay. Did you then end up on what we now know as Innovation Way?
yes,
Are you familiar with that particular street?
yes,
Is that the next street after to turn left on? After you come out of your mother's subdivision area?
no, you gotta go down the street to a roundabout.
Okay. So did you go down to the roundabout
Yes,
and then you ended up going north on Innovation Way?
yes,
Did the car come to a stop at some point?
yes, when we came to the light.
Okay, I'm going to show you, actually, it's already up on the screen. I'm showing you a photograph there. Does that look familiar to you?
Yeah,
What is that?
look like Innovation Way.
Okay. Is that the intersection where you got stopped at a light?
Yeah,
And do you remember where the car stopped at with you and your aunt in it?
I mean, the turning lane to get on the E-way.
Can you, so that screen in front of you is actually, you can actually write on it. So if you don't mind, if you could just go ahead and mark with an X where you recall you and your aunt sitting at that light at Innovation Way and I-71.
I
You
guess
think you're-
is that right?
So you believe you're in that turn lane coming onto Innovation Way?
Mr. Hardman, it might help if you zoomed out a little bit to orient the witness maybe a little better, and then we can zoom back in.
I guess right here then.
When you got to that stoplight, what did you do?
out the car.
You hopped out of the car?
Yeah.
And where did you go when you hopped out of the car?
I was standing outside of my door.
Were you still right next to the car?
Yeah.
And what did you observe going on around you at that point in time?
Shoot, when we stopped, I got out the car, Tiffany pulled up, I was yelling at her why she following me, and then that's when all the action started.
So let me ask this question. What did Tiffany pull up in?
Her car,
What kind of car did she have?
a white car.
Was it a sedan type model? Was it a SUV? Can you give us any better description of it?
I mean, a white Fusion.
A white what? I'm sorry.
White Fusion.
Okay. And so who did you see in that car?
Tiffany, Zoe, and D'Amber.
Okay. Did you know they were in that car before you came to a stop at Innovation Way?
No,
Had you seen that car though before you got there?
no,
Had you seen any car that was following you prior to getting to Innovation?
black car.
It was a black car?
Yeah,
Did you see that car as you got out of your car at that intersection?
nah, not at first. They pulled up seconds later.
Okay. So the first car you see is the one holding Tiffany, Zoe, and Amber.
Yeah,
Where in relation to your car did they pull up?
on the side.
Were they directly next to you?
Up a little bit.
So the front of their car was where in relation to the front of the car you were in?
Say it again.
The front of the car that they pulled up in, okay? Where was that in relation to the front of the car you were in?
I mean, they was on the side a little bit in front of me.
Okay. Did they stay in the car?
I mean, at first,
Okay. So did you get out of your car first?
yep.
Okay. Did you move from the passenger side of your car ever? At that point?
What do you mean?
It was a bad question. Let me rephrase it. So when you get out of your car, you said you were standing at the passenger side at your door, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prior to anyone getting out of that white Ford Fusion, did you move from that position?
No.
Who did you see get out of the Ford Fusion?
I mean, eventually they all got out.
Okay, and that being the three individuals you've already talked about, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see who was driving the Ford Fusion?
Tiffany.
Okay. Do you remember which door Zoe got out of?
She was in the back.
Okay. And how about D'Amber?
She was in the passenger seat.
As they get out of their car, where did they go? Did they go anywhere?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, did they stay with the car or did they move somewhere?
I mean, I don't know.
If you don't recall, that's fine. You can answer it that way. I'm just asking if you know where once they got out of the car, where they went or what they did.
I mean, it's all blurry after that, so
Fair
I don't
enough.
know.
At some point in time, did you move from the side, or do you remember moving from the side of your car?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you head toward first?
I mean, I ran across the street
Okay. Why did you run across the street?
because all the girls hopped out with bats,
Who hopped out with bats?
the females.
Okay. So were there any other females, so other than the three in the Ford Fusion, was there was another female, was there another female there?
Yeah.
And
Brittany.
who?
Yeah,
Who was that?
Brittany,
And how did she get there?
her car,
And what was she driving?
her Jeep. White Jeep.
And where did that white Jeep go? Where did it go in relation to where you were at on Innovation Way?
It pulled up behind Tiffany, or a car behind Tiffany, or something like that. I don't know.
And you were able to see Brittany driving that car?
Yeah.
Anybody else in the car with her when it pulled up?
No.
Did she get out of her car?
I guess, yeah.
Did you?
Objection, Judge. Objective guessing.
I couldn't.
Overruled. Go ahead and clear
Did
that
you?
up, Mr.
Did you actually see Brittany exit the car?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
No.
Fair enough. You said just a minute ago that the girls got out with bats. Do you remember who you first saw with bats?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you remember it was females.
Yeah.
Was there another car that pulled up to the scene?
Yeah, black car.
Okay. And where did that black car go?
Other side of the street.
Okay. And did anyone get out of that car?
Yeah, the two guys, yeah.
Okay. And who were those two guys that got out of that car?
Corey and Derek.
And what, if anything, did they do when they got out of the car?
Made a V-line towards me.
Okay. When you say beeline, what do you mean?
Running towards me.
They run straight toward you?
Yeah.
And as they were running toward you, where were you at as they first started running toward you?
By my encore.
Were you still right next to the car? Were you some distance away from the car?
Right behind the car. I got out. We was standing right there.
And so as Corey and Derek come running towards you, did you respond in some way to that?
Yeah, I swung on him.
Swung on them?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that, I assume that's because where are they at when you first swing on them?
In my face.
Okay. So they're up on you at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they do? How did they react?
One got hit and the other one backed up when he seen the other one get hit.
Who did you hit first?
Corey.
Corey, okay. And then you said Derek backed up then?
Yeah.
What, did they stop? What happened at that point?
I don't know. I seen the girls get out the car with the bats. I ran across the street. I don't remember nothing after that.
Why did you swing at Corey and Derek as they were running up on you?
'Cause I know what it was.
I'm sorry?
'Cause I know what it was.
We need to understand what you were thinking. What were you thinking
I
was?
knew they was coming to fight.
Did you hear them saying anything?
Nah, I just knew what the situation was.
Okay. And what was that situation?
An altercation happened, and I guess they was coming for revenge.
An altercation happened when, how, where?
Objection,
Earlier that morning.
speculation.
Overruled. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer, Mr. Vinegar.
Or earlier that morning,
Who was that with?
Tiffany.
And, I mean, were you involved in that altercation?
Yeah, me and Tiffany, yeah.
As you run across the street, were you followed across the street by anyone?
I don't remember nothing after that.
What is the next thing you remember?
Me waking up in the hospital.
Remember which hospital you woke up in?
Bethesda, I think it was Bethesda, North or something. I don't remember the first hospital.
Okay.
Then I had to get a helicopter to UC.
So you went to two different hospitals that day.
Yeah.
Started at one, and you got helicoptered to University Hospital.
Yep.
What were you feeling at that point in time when you woke up?
I don't remember.
I mean, did you have pain?
Yeah, I got beat with bats. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Vinegar, did you wake up in the first hospital or the second hospital?
Second hospital.
Do you remember being at the first hospital?
Not for real.
Do you remember being in the helicopter?
Nope.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hartman.
So when you woke up at University Hospital, then is where you woke up at, right?
Yeah.
Tell us what was going on. What was happening with you at that point in time?
I mean, they was just telling me about my injuries. I was bleeding from the brain. They was putting stitches in my head. I had to get 13 stitches. And they was just telling me about all my injuries.
Were all your injuries to your head area?
Nah, my head, shoulder, ribs, and back.
And you say you don't remember how all of those injuries occurred?
Mm-mm.
Have you seen a video now of things that happened that particular day to you?
Yes.
And is there anything else that happened to you on August 24th other than what you saw in that video that would explain the injuries to your person?
Mm-mm. No.
Okay. How long were you in the hospital?
3 or 4 days.
Did you undergo any surgeries?
No.
What other treatments did you receive while you were in the hospital other than the stitches that you talked about?
I don't know. They was doing a lot of stuff the first 2 days. I don't really remember.
Were you describe the pain that you were in, if any?
I mean, what you mean? I was in pain. I was.
Level of pain? I mean, was it?
Yeah, high, I guess.
All right. Did you receive any treatment after you left the hospital for your injuries?
Yeah, I had to take medication.
What is that?
I don't know. They gave me some brain medication.
Okay. And that's something you do every day?
No, I only had to take it for like a month.
Okay. So for a month you're on medication. Do you make additional visits to the doctor or back to the hospital?
Yeah, for the next 3 months, yeah.
And are you still undergoing any treatment for these injuries that happened back in August?
No.
How about any, do you have any effects to the way you live or the way you operate as a result of the injuries you sustained on August 24th?
No, not for real, no.
Okay. Mr. Vinegar, I understand you said that you have seen the video of that particular scene for that day, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Is this the video that you're familiar with from that day?
Yeah.
Just going to pause it there because I want to talk to you about if you know any of the individuals that we can see in that particular video, okay? The individual walking away right now in the black. Do you know who that is?
Zoe.
This individual in the green shirt, do you know who that is?
Cora.
You believe this is Corey?
Yeah.
So let's back up and try it this way, Mr. Hardman. So, if Mr. Vinegar sort of, and this, I'm going to demonstrate. You can. Are you okay drawing on your screen? You see it in front of you? It may not be in front of you. Hold on. It should be. Do you see it in front of you? So if you could do this, something like this, and then just make like, we'll use the first 2 letters because nobody matches first 2 letters. No, we have D'Amber and Derek match first 2 letters. And then we'll designate each one of these people sort of like that. Can you do that for me? Or alternatively, we could do it this way. Who's that with the yellow circle?
Zoe. Look like, I don't know.
Wait, you said you don't know if that's Zoe or not?
Look like it, I guess.
Okay, so then who do we have with the yellow arrow? Do you know who that is?
Tiffany.
You said that's Tiffany? And then we have a person standing above an X. Do you know who that is?
Corey.
And then let's do plus sign. Above the plus sign, do you know who that is?
Derek.
Then we'll do a little line out to that person.
Deamber.
And we have one more person that we will mark with a tiny circle there.
Brittany.
I'm sorry,
Brittany.
okay. Is that every,
The other last thing is the red shirt. Who is that?
Me.
and then I'll do another circle there. All right, Ms. Kuroko, can you do a screenshot of that? We have it? Okay, go ahead.
Do you remember any of that activity from that particular afternoon?
Mm-mm.
No further questions. Thank you, Tim.
All right, Mr. Lewis?
Your Honor, permission to inquire from here?
That's fine. Just for the record, anybody who wants to sit, stand, where you are, wherever you're good, as long as the witness can hear you and the court reporter can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vinegar. My name is Carl Lewis, and I represent Deamber Mitchell. Sir, I want to take you back to your direct examination. You stated that when your aunt drove you out to your mom's home, you did a U-turn because you guys noticed someone was following you, correct? Or your aunt did. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, and I just want to get a better understanding. I apologize if I just heard it incorrectly. You got out of your car to confront who?
Tiffany.
All right, and was Tiffany still in her vehicle?
Yeah.
And Deamber was in the front passenger seat?
Yeah.
And I believe you said her daughter, Tiffany's daughter, was in the back seat. I like to think of it like I'm watching TV. You get out of your vehicle on the passenger side of your aunt's vehicle and yell across the way to Tiffany?
Yeah.
And Tiffany's, I guess, I assumed, please help me understand, were the car windows down on Tiffany's vehicle?
Yeah.
And were you guys yelling back and forth,
Yeah.
arguing?
Yeah.
Correct? Again, I apologize, Mr. Vinegar. I know it's been some time and you had some memory lapse, but you said you do remember things pretty clearly prior to being in this fight, correct?
Yeah.
So, as you're at your aunt's vehicle yelling at Tiffany, what are you yelling about?
Why'd you follow me?
All right, and what did she respond?
I don't know what she said.
Okay, now, at that particular point, sir, what is Deamber saying to you, if anything?
Bunch of yelling.
Okay, what is Zoe saying, if anything?
Bunch of yelling.
So everyone's yelling,
Yeah.
okay? And what is the yelling about?
I don't even remember.
You told Mr. Hartman that early on there was some incident, correct?
Yeah.
Was that an incident between you and Tiffany
Yeah.
and her daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. You've known her at this point for, you had lived with her for about 2.5 years, correct?
Yeah.
Up until the date of August 24, 24, correct?
Yeah.
And you and Tiffany have had arguments before,
Yeah.
fights,
Yeah.
disagreements.
Yeah.
You hit
Part
her
of a
with a bat.
relationship, yeah.
I'm sorry, that type what?
That's part of a relationship.
Correct. You've had fights.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I take it as a yes, correct?
Yeah.
And again, I apologize again, Mr. Vinegar, I just want the record to reflect what your answer is.
Yes.
Okay, it's a yes, right? Now, you said it's part of a relationship. Hitting her with a bat is part of a relationship?
I ain't never did that.
Spitting in her face is
I
part?
definitely did that.
Why'd you spit in her face?
I got my reasons.
You got your reasons, okay? So you have been a violent individual with Tiffany, correct?
Never.
Tiffany's been violent with you, correct? You're nodding your head. Is that a yes or a no, sir?
I guess.
Okay, you guess. Now, Deamber Mitchell, you hadn't been violent with, correct?
Yes.
You have been violent with
You
Deamber?
said no.
Oh, okay, I apologize. On August 24, when you're at your aunt's car outside yelling back and forth with Tiffany, Deamber, and Zoe, when do you first realize someone else has arrived on the scene?
What you mean?
I'll help you understand. You're telling the court that, and I'm now standing up, and let's let you represent Tiffany's vehicle, correct? Okay, let's just for illustration purposes, you're in Tiffany's vehicle. I'm standing on the outside of your aunt's vehicle. We're yelling back and forth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it was before you remember anyone else that's in this courtroom arriving on the scene?
Seconds.
Seconds.
Afterwards.
So, what is the first vehicle that you see arrive? The Jeep?
No.
What car?
The white car.
What white car?
Tiffany car.
Okay, that was a bad question. You're already yelling at Tiffany, correct?
No.
Tell me what you mean when you in response.
What do
to
you
my
mean?
question. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You state that you're standing outside of your aunt's vehicle, correct? Tiffany arrives and you're yelling, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What's
So hold on,
sorry.
Mr. Vinegar. When he asks you a yes or no question, it's very difficult for Ms. Kilgore to take down uh-uhs and huh-uhs, and it's very difficult for us to recognize shakes of the head and nods of the head. So if you could go ahead and answer yes if you mean affirmative, no for no. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
And then each time that you forget, because I know that this is a lot for you, each time you forget, I'll try to jump in afterwards and remind you, just ask you if that's a yes or a no. Does that work?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. Lewis. I apologize.
No apologies. Thank you. Sir, again, I want to apologize to you if I'm confusing you, but as you're standing outside of your aunt's vehicle, I understand you to testify that you're yelling back and forth with Tiffany, Deamber, and Zoe, correct?
Yes.
Seconds later, another vehicle arrives. What vehicle is that? If you remember.
I ain't quite sure.
When is the first time that you get into a fight with anyone? Physically.
Hmm?
You see what's on the screen now?
Mm-hmm.
Something happened before that, correct? You said
Yeah.
individuals got out of the car. Who did you first fight with?
Corey.
Corey. Where was that? Wasn't it at this spot?
No, I was by my aunt car.
Was it at her car? Was it away from her car?
Yeah, by my aunt car, yeah.
You fought at your aunt's vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay. Just you and Corey?
Yeah.
Are you tussling? Are you swinging? Are you squared up, as you
There
say?
was a couple punches thrown. I seen them hop out with the bats. I ran across the street to get away from my aunt.
You seen them?
Yeah.
Who's them?
The girls.
They're okay. Name the girls for me.
The four
Zoe,
girls. Zoe,
Tiffany.
Deamber, Brittany, Tiffany.
Okay, Brittany, Tiffany were in the same vehicle?
No, I already
Brittany.
said that.
Okay. The girls, all four had bats?
It was 3 bats.
3 bats?
Yeah.
Not 2?
No, it was 3 bats.
Okay. And do you remember ever being hit by anyone with a bat?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, no.
You don't remember being hit? Sir?
No.
Do you remember if Deamber hit you with a bat?
No, she ain't hit me with no bat from the video I seen.
Okay, not from the video you seen, but from your recollection of what you remember. Did Deamber strike you with a bat?
From the video I seen, she ain't strike me with no bat.
Okay. And do you remember at any time Deamber saying she was gonna hit you at any time?
Why would she say she's gonna hit me?
I'm just asking you, sir. Because your argument, I'll withdraw that question. Your argument was not with Deamber, correct?
I mean, what you mean?
You said you were having an argument with Tiffany, and there was a lot of yelling. I'm sorry.
I mean, yes.
Okay. So at any time were you arguing with Deamber?
I mean, they was all yelling at me. I was yelling back at them all at once.
What were you saying to them?
I don't remember.
Were you saying anything to the effect, I'll mess you up, I'll F you
No,
up?
sir. No.
You didn't say anything like that?
No.
What was your expectation when you saw these cars arrive? What did you believe was gonna happen?
That was my first question. Why are you following me, sir?
What did you believe was gonna happen?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I don't know.
Did you do anything to Zoe on August 24th, prior to this incident?
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
What'd you do?
I popped her.
With what?
My hand.
Where? What part of her body?
I mean, I don't know.
Did you hit her in the mouth
It's possible.
with a bat?
No.
Did you hit Tiffany with a bat?
No.
You don't remember bloodying Zoe's mouth?
No.
Is it at this time in College Hill when you don't remember hitting her with the bat in the mouth that you spit
What?
in Tiffany's face? Is this when you spit in Tiffany's face?
Yes.
Did you strike Tiffany with the bat?
No.
Did you threaten to hurt Tiffany?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Kathman?
Mr. Vinegar, I'm going to try to pin down your timeline here a little bit. I represent Zoe Matthews. Let's talk about the night before that this happened. Where were you on the evening of August 23rd, Friday night?
The bar.
What bar?
I think it's game time or something.
Okay, and who were you with?
Me, Tiffany, and one of her friends.
All right. And was there some type of argument at that bar?
Yes.
Okay. And did Tiffany leave? Left you there?
No.
Okay, what happened?
We all left and went home.
You all left and went home. Okay, did you then at some point leave the house again?
Yes.
Okay, and you took her vehicle, didn't you?
No.
What vehicle were you driving?
A vehicle that I had keys to that was Zoe's car.
Okay, so you were driving Zoe's car,
Yes.
and why did you have the keys to that car?
Because I drove it
Well,
every
obviously.
day.
Every day.
Yes.
So you were driving actually she was
Right. She couldn't drive, so I drove her wherever she needed to go or whatever, you know.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
So that morning, did you leave again? You just said you left the house, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, and you took that car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Is that a yes, Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Okay.
and were there? Is there another child that lives in the house with Zoe and Tiffany?
Yeah, Zarian, her son.
Yeah, does he play football?
Yes.
Okay. Is his football equipment in the trunk of that car?
Yes. Because I took him to practice every day. I coached on the team.
Great. He had practice that morning, didn't he?
No, we had a game.
He had a game. Did you go to that game?
No, wasn't able to.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
Why didn't you go to the
Everything that happened.
You were a coach. Why didn't you go to the game?
Everything that happened.
Okay.
When I left again, I didn't leave with the car. I walked away. I said I walked for hours.
But you had the keys.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay. And Tiffany needed those keys, didn't she?
No.
Why not?
Because she had another car.
Okay. But wasn't his equipment in the trunk of that car? I mean, you need the equipment to play, right?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. So he couldn't play, could he?
No.
Okay. So
Okay.
you said you walked around for hours.
Yeah.
What time did you leave the house?
About 9:30.
And where did you walk around for hours? Now, I'm very familiar with that part of town, so you can be specific. Where did you walk?
I just walked. I was walking.
I mean, up and down Galbraith? Did you make it to Coleraine? Did you go up and down
A
Pippin?
lot of back streets.
Back streets. You go down Blanchetta? Royal Glen?
Yeah, Blanchetta, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, sure did, yeah.
Popped out on Royal Glen, maybe out onto Pippin?
No.
Okay. All right. So that's actually Coleraine, isn't it? That part where Henges is. It's by
It's called
saying
Grossbeck.
Grossbeck, Coleraine. Okay.
It's
great.
called Grossbeck.
All right. But it's not College Hill, right?
No.
Okay. So eventually you made your way to your aunt's house, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And why did you go to your aunt's house?
Because I got kicked out of where I was living at.
Okay. And so you're just going to go hang out at your aunt's?
Yeah, that's what I do when I get kicked out of her house, yeah.
Happens a lot?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Did it happen when you were charged with DV a few years earlier?
Never got charged with DV, sir. Never, ever.
I'll sustain the
Okay. All right, so you go to your aunt's house, and had your aunt talked to Tiffany at all?
I believe so.
Yep, and was it your understanding that Tiffany was kind of in a four-corner press looking for you to get the keys so she could take her son to football?
No,
No, you were never given that information at any point in the morning?
never.
Okay. So what was it behind the decision for you to have your aunt drive you out to Mason to your mom's house?
It wasn't my decision.
Okay, whose decision was it?
I guess my aunts and my parents.
So you letting these other people make decisions for you?
It's my parents and my aunt.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't answer my question.
That's my answer.
I'll withdraw it. Okay, so you're at your aunt's house, and you say your aunt makes a U-turn and pulls off your mom's street, correct?
What, at my aunt's house and then my aunt?
Maybe I said it wrong.
Yeah, you said it wrong.
Well, good, I'll clean it up. Your aunt was driving the car you were in, correct?
Yes.
And she made a U-turn off of your mother's street because she said she believed she was being followed, or your car was being followed.
Right.
Okay, and you said it was a black car that was following you, correct?
Yes, that's what she told me.
Okay, did you see any other cars?
Yeah. No.
Okay, you didn't see any cars actually, did you?
No.
Your aunt said it was a black car.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you drive out Innovation Way, I'm kind of familiar with that area too, through the little roundabout to Innovation Way, and do you know where your aunt was heading? Where was she going?
I don't know.
So everybody's just running your railroad this morning. Is that a yes?
Objections, argumentative.
I'll withdraw.
Sustain the objections to the argumentative nature of the question.
Okay.
Start over again, Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
sorry. So then you said Tiffany Fusion pulls up next to you at the light, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's Tiffany, Zoe, and Brittany in the car.
No.
DeAmber. Not a 50-50 shot. It's DeAmber in the car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you said you got out of the car first because you said they didn't even get out of the car, right? Initially, you got out of the car and wanted to know why you following me, right?
Yes.
So you're having a pretty crappy morning, so you're upset, right?
No.
You're not approaching that car in an aggressive manner, saying, "Why are you following me?"
No.
Okay, you said it in a nice voice. "Hey, ladies, can I inquire as to why you're following me?" Is that what you said?
Somewhat.
Okay. All right. So they're all in the car together, and now you say all three of these young ladies are yelling back at you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, Tiffany's asking you for the keys, isn't she?
No.
Never asked for the keys.
No.
Okay. But then you say, this is where I get confused. You gotta help me. You said the young ladies get out of the car with bats. Okay? That's what you said in your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay, they got out of the cars with bats, but you didn't move, did you? You stayed there.
No, that's when I ran across the street to get away from my aunt.
Okay, so did you do that before or after? Because this is where I'm really confused. Derek and Corey come up and you get in this physical altercation with Corey. Did that happen before or after they got out of the car with bats?
Before.
Before. So you left that out before.
No, I didn't.
Well, you were confused.
Nah.
So did Corey and Derek come up before they got out of the car with bats?
Yeah.
Okay. So the young ladies are still in the car. Corey and Derek come up. I think you said you popped Corey and Derek stepped back and there was a couple punches exchanged, correct? That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then is that when you said the young ladies got out of the car with bats?
Yeah.
And that's when you decided to run across the street?
Yeah, to get away from my aunt. Yeah.
Get away from your aunt?
Yeah.
Great. So after this fight with Corey and, well, I guess just Corey, because you said Derek backed up, you didn't run across the street until the young ladies in your testimony got out of the car with the bats, right?
All right.
Okay. Are you even sure that anyone had a bat at this point? Or are you just running from this group of people
No.
who are obviously upset at you because you said there was an incident earlier in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, are you sure? Anybody had a baseball bat?
Yeah, I'm sure.
How many bats did you see?
3.
3 bats.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you watch a video?
Yeah.
How many bats you see in that video?
3 bats.
Okay. Now, you said when you saw the 2 gentlemen come up, you said you knew what it was, right? That was your testimony.
All right.
You said they were coming to fight, and I wrote it down. You knew the situation, coming for revenge, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said.
You're
Is that a
right.
yes, Mr. Vinnie?
Right.
So what you did that morning, in your mind, required some type of revenge.
Somewhat.
Yeah. So you spit in Tiffany's face and got physical with her, and then Zoe came to her aid, correct? And you popped her.
Somewhat.
Somewhat. Okay. Well, we'll take that. And matter of fact, she blocked your physical advance and hurt her arm. Had to go to the hospital, didn't she?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what you're talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No injury to your arm, to her arm. I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Okay.
Not that I know
All right. And isn't there some type of a wooden piece of something that blocks a sliding door in that house? To secure
mean?
a sliding door. You know what I'm talking about?
of. Yeah, what about it?
Close a door, put a stick in it so nobody can open the door? Is there something like that at
No.
Tiffany's house?
No.
No, there's not.
No.
Never seen that before.
Never.
You didn't hit Zoe with that.
No. Hell no.
So you have no recollection at all of getting hit with a baseball bat or anything else by Zoe, do you?
What? Say it again?
You have no recollection, your memory, of being hit with a baseball bat by Zoe, do you?
No.
I can have a second, Your Honor. So as a follow-up to that last question, so you have no recollection of Zoe causing any physical harm to you, do you?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Hughes?
What Mr. Vinnie? Kevin Hughes, I represent Tiffany Parks. You all right?
You need a second, Mr. Hughes? I'm sorry.
No, I'm
Mr.
good.
Vinegar, do you need a second?
I'm good. I'm waiting on his question.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead, Mr. Hughes.
All right. What time was the football game?
What time was the football game?
Yeah, what time was Darion's football game on August 24th? You're the coach.
Let's see. He was 8. We played normally about 10.
So when I had asked you a minute ago, she's in a full court press to find the football equipment. That's necessary because it's in the back of the car.
She wasn't worried about no football equipment.
You were the coach. Why didn't you go to the game?
How was I going to get there, sir?
I'm sorry?
How was I going to get there?
Why didn't you take the car?
What do you mean? I left the house. I told you I left and I walked when I left.
Why didn't you take the car?
Why would I? She snatched the plates off the car.
Who snatched the plates off the car?
Tiffany Parks.
When was that?
That night. I got arrested and everything. What are you talking about?
That's what. Well, he asked you the same question. You got arrested.
I mean,
that
I
night
didn't
in
get
that
arrested. I
car.
got pulled over because the plates got snatched off the car
When was that?
that night.
23rd or the 24th?
About 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning.
This is that Audi we're talking about, right?
The what?
It's an Audi,
Yes,
the one you take Darion to and from football practice
yes,
with the equipment in the trunk.
yes.
You had spit on Tiffany. I'm assuming you didn't do that out of love, right?
Yes, I did. I did it out of love.
You weren't trying to cause her harm of any type?
No,
You weren't trying to win that argument by spitting a big loogie on her face?
no, I was out of love.
Because this wasn't like we're talking and you're spitting. You went snot out of your mouth, right? Out of love?
Yeah.
You hit her that day too, right?
No,
You've hit her before.
no.
You hit Zoe that day. You've admitted that,
Mm-hmm.
yes? Yes.
Is that a yes, Mr.
Yes.
Well, you weren't blocked in, and your aunt's car wasn't blocked in at that intersection, right? We saw an Innovation Way.
I mean, it was a car behind me, in front of me, on the side of me. I mean,
Well, your aunt
we
pulled
was
away.
in traffic. I don't know if blocked in or not, but we was in traffic. It was cars out there.
Why didn't you stay in the car and your aunt
Why?
pulled
I
away?
wanted to know why they was following me. What?
Because you wanted to engage in an argument. You were starting this fight up again, weren't you? Yes?
Whatever you want to call it, sir.
Well, because the first thing you interact with is Miss Parks. You jump out
Yeah.
and immediately start screaming at her.
Right, because she's following me. What do
She
you
had
mean?
good reason to because you have her car keys.
No, that wasn't no good reason, sir.
Overruled.
I have that car every day for the
Again,
past year since Zoe got the car.
That's where her son's football equipment is, right?
Oh, yeah, because I drive the car every day, yes.
Car doesn't belong to you, right?
Yeah, it's not in my name, yeah.
Also of importance is on that set of keys that you have is the key to her home, right?
Right, where I lived at.
Well, you got kicked out. You said you're going to your aunt's because this happens all the time. You get kicked out, you go to your aunt's.
And never get my key taken, sir.
Okay.
That mean I'm come back.
Let's
you
work
know.
this back through then. This is the, according to you, now the first time you've spit on her, right?
What? Say it again?
First time you spit on her was August 24th,
Okay.
right? So when you've been kicked out before, had you spit on her before?
No.
Probably permanent this time that she wanted you out since you've now made physical contact with her, right? Yep.
No.
No? You think she's gonna bring you back?
Most definitely.
Because you've hit her before and she's brought you back in?
No.
You've watched the video, right? Correct?
Yes.
Now let's go back when Tiffany gets out of the car. Do you remember her getting out of the car?
I mean, they all got out at the same time.
What is she wearing?
Green shirt,
What color bat did she have?
red.
Who had the other bats?
I don't exactly remember.
When you say girls, what color were the bats that the girls had?
Red, blue, and green or something like
You
that.
ever
I
seen
don't
those
know.
bats before?
Yeah, I definitely seen the red one before.
When did you see that one?
It was in my house that I lived in.
Is that the one you hit Zoe with earlier in the morning?
Never.
Was it in the house on August 24th in the morning?
You said was the bat in the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you have it in your hands on August 24th?
Never.
So now that we've seen the video, you've watched
Oh,
it.
let me ask you something. We got a
Oh, wait,
video.
wait, wait, wait.
We got a
Hold
video.
on. Hey, look,
who
when I
had
say
the
hold
bat.
on, everybody stops talking. That's the rule. So let's hold on for a second. The way this works, Mr. Vinegar, is Mr. Hughes asks the questions. If you have a question about his question, you can go ahead and ask me that instead of asking him that. Okay? Mr. Hughes, rephrase your
I
question.
apologize if I overtalk. Tiffany's here in the green on the picture on the video, correct? Yes?
Yes.
And she does not have a bat in her hand, red, blue, or green, right?
Right.
And in the video you went back and watched, we agree Miss Parks never in the video touched a bat, right?
I don't know.
You watched the video. You watch the whole thing?
I don't.
Can we just play the whole
I mean,
thing?
I don't know.
Would it help if we play the whole thing, refresh your recollection a
I
little bit?
mean, I ain't gonna watch it. You can play it if you want.
I will play. We'll play again.
I'm going to go ahead and take those marks off. Ms. Kuroko has already made a screen capture of that particular image.
Thank you, sir. You can stop. Now that you've seen the video again, you okay, Mr. Vinegar? You saw the video again. Did you watch it again?
Didn't you see me with my head down?
So you didn't watch it?
Didn't you see me with my head down?
No, I wasn't watching. Did you? Last question is, did you watch the video?
No.
Want to watch it again?
You can watch it again.
Hold on, Mr. Hughes, is the purpose of this to, I mean, he already has testified that he doesn't remember what happened. The video speaks for itself because it's going to be admitted into evidence. I don't know what we're doing.
At no point in that video did Miss Parks have a bat in her hand. Agreed?
Objection. I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you went back and got the Audi a couple of days later, did you not?
No.
After this event on August 24th, were you
No.
ever in the Audi again?
No.
You didn't get a ticket in the Audi again?
That was the night before, sir. Well, that was
No.
night of August 24th, 3:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that.
On August 24th, after you left and you're walking around, Miss Parks had no way of reaching you. You didn't have a workable cell phone, agreed?
All right.
You have no information or text messages, phone calls from anyone that Miss Parks gathered all these people together, do you?
What? Say that again?
You have no information that as you're out walking or with your aunt, that Tiffany was gathering up all of these people to get them together.
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, she told my mom and my aunt.
She told
Yeah.
your mom and your aunt
Yeah.
that she's getting people together to come find you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you know when that happened, Mr. Vinegar?
After 9:30 in the morning, while he was looking for me.
Is this while you were out walking around?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna object to the hearsay statements that he's making.
All right.
What hearsay?
Hold on, Mr. Vinegar. Subject to my prior evidentiary ruling, I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
You were at Miss Parks' house last week, were you not?
I've been there since October 24th.
Last week?
Hmm?
You were
I've
there
been at
last
her
week?
house since October 24th.
You were knocking on the door last week?
No, I've been over there staying with her since
You lived there?
October 24th, after the accident.
So you're not scared of her?
Never.
You didn't think she was trying to kill you or hurt you?
No. What? After the fact? No.
You didn't think she was trying to kill you on August 24th, do you?
No.
No further questions, John.
All right, Mr. Kramer.
Mr. Vinegar, my name is Brad Kramer. I just have a couple questions for you. Sir, your testimony was that you saw Corey and Derek approach you at the intersection, correct?
Yes.
And your first reaction was to swing on them, is that?
No,
is that
as they ran up on me, yes.
Okay. And you stated at that point that Derek backed up,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and then the altercation was between you and Corey, correct?
What do you mean?
You said there were several more punches exchanged, correct?
I said it was several. No.
Okay, a couple more punches exchanged?
Yeah.
You don't recall saying that?
I said that, yeah.
Okay. After that, you don't remember anything?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett?
Pass.
Mrs. Strauski?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I assume when you say pass, you mean that you're not going to ask questions, you're not expecting it to come around to you again, right?
No, Your Honor. That's correct.
Go ahead, Mrs. Strauski.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Vinegar. My name is Andrew Ostrowski. I represent Corey Matthews. So on August 24th, as Mr. Matthews is approaching you at Innovation Way, does he say anything to you?
Not that I recall.
And you testified you hit Mr. Matthews with your fist, correct?
Yes.
Where did you hit Mr. Matthews?
I mean, I swung a punch. I don't, you know.
Okay. You said that you hit him 3 times by your aunt's car. Did
I
you
said I hit
swing
him
multiple
3
times?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Do you recall where you hit Mr. Matthews while you were standing by your aunt's car?
No.
Okay.
Already up.
Okay. The video. At the beginning of this video, Mr. Vinegar, you would agree with me that you have left your aunt's car side, correct? And you're across the street at this corner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that when the video starts, Mr. Corey Matthews is on the ground and you are on top of him, correct?
No.
Where is Mr. Corey Matthews at the beginning of this video? Can you identify him for the court?
I don't know. I can't see.
We have the ability to zoom in a little bit. I noticed we
That's what, yes.
zoomed in a little.
You're the technology guy.
It's my obligation.
Okay. You would agree with me that Mr. Matthews was shirtless that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that that is you surrounded by 4 other people, correct?
Yes.
And that you are on top of someone, correct?
Yeah, we was fighting over the bat, yeah.
Okay. You are on top of Mr. Matthews when this video starts, correct?
I don't know. I didn't see no video.
The video that you've testified that you've watched, sir, that video.
Yeah, I seen the video, yeah.
Okay. Are you hitting Mr. Matthews while you're on top of him?
No,
You're not.
no.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Matthews all of a sudden has a bat in his hand while he's
Yeah,
on
when
the
I ran
ground.
across the street and I turned around, he had a bat. Yeah.
Who did he get the bat
I
from?
don't know.
So he has a bat and you're on top of him?
Yeah, I got hit from behind with a bat and fell on top of him. Yeah.
You are aware that there's only 2 bats being seen leaving this scene, correct, sir?
I'm not correct about that. No.
Okay. If Mr. Matthews doesn't have a bat, you're on top of an unarmed man beating him, correct?
No.
I'm asking you, if he does not have a bat,
I just told you when I ran across the street and I turned around, he was the first person with a bat in front of me.
okay, so how did you get on top of him?
I got hit from behind
By who?
with a bat. I don't know. Got hit from behind.
Okay, so did you fall on Mr. Matthews and
Yes.
cause him to fall onto the ground?
Yes.
You didn't push him on the ground?
No.
Did you strike him while you were on the
No.
ground? You never touched Mr. Matthews
I don't
after
recall.
you wailed on him by your aunt's car.
I don't recall. Yeah, I hit him by my aunt's car. Yeah.
And you're on top of him when this video starts.
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Did Mr. Matthews ever say anything to you to indicate he was there to fight you?
Not that I recall.
So when he's approaching you by the side of your aunt's car, you swing on him before he even makes a statement to you, correct?
Yeah, because he was running towards me violently. Yeah.
Okay. But you don't know why he's coming towards you.
I do know why.
When you go across the street, are you in the lead and everybody follows you?
Yes.
Okay. So somehow over here, before the video starts, you're hit, and then that causes you to fall onto my client as you struggle over a bat.
I guess.
Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember my client trying to get out from underneath you?
I told you I don't remember too much about it after that.
Okay. So if the video shows 2 bats and my client doesn't have a bat on the ground at this time, you're on top of him beating him.
No.
All right. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Mr. Hardman, anything else for this witness?
Just one thing.
While you're doing your request, can I have the photograph exhibits, please,
Yes, sir.
while you're doing your redirect? Go ahead.
Do you know a Chris Nye or Chris Ty?
Yes.
Who is that?
My childhood friend from junior high.
Is it somebody that Tiffany knows as well?
Yeah, that's her cousin.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. This is outside the line of any cross-examination that anybody raised with Mr. Vinegar.
Where are we headed with this?
So if
Mr.
that's
Hardman?
all I need from him right now, it'll become clear with the next witness.
I'm going to move to strike.
I'll allow it right now, subject to further evidence, and I'll rule on your objections when we get to that point.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, so, Ms. Kuroko, can you help me with this, please? If you could, before, put it in the document camera mode. So what I'm gonna do, Mr. Vinegar, is I'm gonna show you a series of pictures on the screen. You'll be able to see them in front of you. So, Ms. Kuroko, I apologize. Can you identify by the number.
3.
So we're looking at Exhibit 3. Do you see that?
Yes.
And somebody is in a green shirt. Who is that?
Tiffany.
And then there's somebody with no shirt on. Who is that?
Corey.
Okay, what's our next picture?
2.
So now we're looking at Exhibit 2. We have somebody to the right of that picture in a pink shirt. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who is in the pink shirt?
The Amber.
And then to the left of that, it looks like there's somebody to the rear, well, to the side of the Jeep. Who is that?
Look like Brittany.
And it looks like they may have maybe some medical scrubs on. Does that look like that to you?
I don't know.
Don't know? Okay. So, what's our next photograph?
1.
So this is Exhibit 1. Do you know who that is?
Look like Brittany.
I'm sorry?
Looks like Brittany.
Brittany? Okay.
4.
So Exhibit 4, it looks like we have the person to the far left. Is that Brittany again?
Looks like it.
That person there?
Yes.
And then we have somebody there who appears to have a black shirt on with some sort of design on it. Who's that?
Look like Zoe.
This is 5.
All right, so starting at the far left, where that red dot is, we're looking at Exhibit 5. We have green shirt. I know this is repetitive, I apologize for that. Green shirt is who?
Tiffany.
Shirtless is who?
Corey.
Blue shirt, who's that?
Derek.
And then pink shirt.
The Amber.
All right, is that our last photograph with people in it? Okay, this is Exhibit 2.
6.
I'm sorry, 6. So starting at the far left where my red mark is, that's you, right?
Yep.
Is that true? I
Yes.
don't want to put words in your mouth. And then, so going along here, green shirt, who's that?
Tiffany.
No shirt, who's that?
Corey.
Sort of medical looking outfit maybe, who's that?
Look like Brittany.
Okay. Any questions based upon those questions while Ms. Kuroko still standing there with the photographs?
I've got a question, John.
Okay?
If you could put exhibit number 2 back up, please. I think it was the last one that was just up.
No, this was the last one that was just up.
Can I approach Judge?
You may?
That's fine, I'll start with that. Okay, so, sir, looking at the exhibit that's being displayed, you said that was Brittany and appears to be walking to her Jeep, right?
Yes.
And there's no weapon in her hand or no bat, right?
Doesn't look like it.
It looked like a bat in her hand?
I said, don't look like it.
Can you show me the next photo, miss?
This is 6.
Okay. Is there any way that we can make that bigger so we can get a closer view of Brittany and Corey and Tiffany? So again, you see Brittany Matthews again, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't have anything in her hand, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I need one more photo. That was it?
No.
Not procedural, just
You bet.
brief ones. Last question regarding the photographs. Again, that appears to be Brittany, right?
Right,
No weapons in her hands, no bats.
right.
No further questions.
Any other questions for Mr. Vinegar?
Just, yes, about the same.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Kruko. So, in this photograph, we have a gentleman in a blue shirt carrying a bat away, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And then the shirtless gentleman in the gray shorts also has a bat, correct?
yeah.
Did you see any other bat in watching the video before your testimony today? Did you see a third bat anywhere?
Not in the video, I guess.
Did you see a third bat in any of these photos that were in court today?
No.
Okay, so for when Corey Matthews got that bat in his hand, the best evidence of when that occurred would be that video that we've seen in the courtroom today, correct?
Objection.
Say it
Go
again,
for it.
what?
Go ahead.
For when Corey Matthews got that bat in his hand, the best evidence to know when that occurred would be the video that we've seen in this courtroom today, correct?
Yeah, I think I am going to sustain the
Okay.
objection to that.
Okay.
I don't know that I'm clear on that.
Okay. When Mr. Matthews is walking away in this photograph, this is after you were already on top of him, correct?
Not correct.
I'm sorry?
Not correct.
Okay. Where do you think you are in this photo?
I don't know.
Okay. You're aware that this is them leaving the scene of where the altercation got captured on video, correct?
Oh, this when they was leaving, that mean I was unconscious.
Okay. So you don't know when Mr. Matthews got that bat, correct?
Oh, I do know, yeah. What do you mean?
Go ahead and answer if you can.
What do you mean? I told you when I ran across the street.
Your testimony is that when you ran across the street, you saw Mr. Matthews with a bat?
Yep.
Okay. And that's that same bat in his hand?
I don't know.
Okay. Nothing else, Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Vinegar. You can step down. Next witness?
Paulette Scales, Your Honor.
I think we're gonna, Mr. Hardman might need him if we could just keep him in that area right there.
Judge, is there any way we could take like a 5-minute restroom break?
I mean, my plan is to go until about quarter after. Can we make it till then?
If I'm the only person that has to go, it'll take me 1 minute.
Okay, why don't you just go right out that door there, across to the jury room,
Eyes on the clock.
and come right back.
Hello.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get her sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Yes.
So, Ms. Scales, I assume we're going to be using the video and such? Or the touch screen is what I meant? Should I
Yes.
explain it to her how that works?
Yes, sir. Thank
While
you.
we wait for Mr. Bennett.
That'd be great.
So, ma'am, in front of you, you have a screen. If you touch that screen, you can draw on it. So if you make one touch on it, there will be an arrow. If you touch your finger and hold on it, you can draw. And see how the marks that you make are purple? There are a series of colors down there at the bottom. If you hit that color, then your lines will become that color. Okay?
So, and then if you need to clear it
but there, she also showed you where a little X is? Or maybe you didn't?
She
Okay.
hit the clear button.
Yeah, don't hit the clear button. I'll be the one that takes care of
Okay.
hitting the clear button, okay?
All right.
All right. Mr. Bennett, while you were gone, I just gave the witness a brief instruction on the video equipment. And she has been sworn. Go ahead, Mr. Hardman.
Your Honor, briefly, if we could, just like to note an objection. It would appear to me that there is a family member over here in the second row that would appear to be Mr. Vinegar's family member, who I'm assuming is also related to Miss Scales. We have a separation of witnesses going on, and the man has left the courtroom multiple times. He re-entered the courtroom with Miss Scales.
So are you talking about the gentleman in the purple in the back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, what is your name?
Timothy Vinegar.
Okay, so, Mr. Vinegar, have you discussed any of the testimony in the courtroom with any of the witnesses that we've heard from today?
Other than my son's behavior was belligerent, no.
Okay, so you haven't talked to Ms. Scales about anything that's going to be said?
No.
Okay. Does that cover your objection, Mr. Kramer?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to inquire of Mr. Vinegar any further?
No, sir.
All right. And just so we're not confused, is it Timothy Vinegar Senior?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Hardman.
Warning now, if you could give the court your name, please, and go ahead and spell it for our court reporter.
Paulette Scales, Paulettetescales.
And Ms. Scales, you are related to Timothy Vinegar, is that correct?
Yes,
How is that?
my nephew.
Are you employed?
Yes,
What do you do for a living?
daycare,
And what part of town, where do you currently live?
North College Hill.
And were you living there back on August 24th, 2024?
Yes,
And are you familiar with Tiffany Parks?
yes.
How do you know Tiffany Parks?
Through Timothy.
Share a little
Girlfriend.
bit about what that is.
Just been in a relationship for about 1.5 years, 2 years.
Somebody that you talked to prior to August 24th?
Yes,
Amicably?
absolutely.
How about Zoe Matthews? Are you familiar with her?
Yes,
How do you know Zoe Matthews?
through her mom and family get-togethers.
And who is her mom?
Tiffany.
Okay. And just so we're talking about the same person, do you see Tiffany Parks in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what she's wearing for us, please?
A brown sweater, face mask, white
Record.
shirt.
Fact identification of Miss Parks, Your Honor.
Noted.
How about Zoe Matthews? Do you see her in the courtroom
Yes,
today?
mask, glasses, braids.
Record reflect identification of Zoe Matthews, Your Honor.
I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Hardman. Is there any question as to identification?
None.
All right, so we will assume that identification has been stipulated
Thank
to.
you. So I want to take you back to the morning of August 24th, 2024. Where were you at that morning to begin with?
At home, in my bed.
At some point in time, did you leave your home?
Yes,
Where did you go?
riding around looking for Timothy.
Why?
Because Tiffany had texted,
Objection.
Overruled.
because I was concerned. Just riding around trying to find him.
What was making you concerned?
The messages I received
From
and the phone
whom?
calls, Tiffany.
Okay. And tell us about that.
She had texted about 9:45, asking was he at my house. I said no, and she told me something happened between him and her, and he got hit Zoe, and I said whatever, so I went looking for him.
Now, was this all text messages?
Yes,
Were there any phone calls during this
Yes.
period of time?
yes, after that,
Okay, so but before you left the house, it was all a text message between you and Tiffany?
correct.
I'm going to, and at some point, you actually provided that, at least a viewpoint of those text messages to the police, is that correct?
Correct.
I'll show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 15A. Are you able to see that, Ms. Scales?
Yes. Oh, okay, right, here I am, okay.
I got mine too. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What is that?
me and Tiffany's text that morning.
Okay, and at the top it says Saturday, 9:54 a.m. To your recollection, is that an accurate day and time when these
Yes.
text messages started?
Yes.
The gray bubbles are who?
Tiffany,
And the blue bubbles are what?
me.
And just go ahead and share with us those text messages at this point.
Reading hers and mine?
Yes, babe.
Is Vinnie there? He spit on me and punched my daughter. I said, what in the hell is going on? No, he is not here. I said, are y'all okay? She said, I'm sitting outside your house. I'm pissed. I'm not highly upset. I said, I know you are. When did this happen? And you think he coming over here with us? Where he go? Is he on foot?
And so at this was before you left the house?
Yes.
And then in reaction to that, you then left your home?
Yes.
Just for the purposes of clarity as to the record, I'm going to allow at least this evidence for the purpose of explaining why Ms. Scales was doing the things that she was doing, not for the substantive content of it, but with regard to Tiffany Parks only, I will allow it as statements, hearsay statements by her.
Your Honor, may it please the court, I'm sorry, I just wanted to, with the court's ruling, just note an objection for the record on behalf of Deanne Mitchell.
Noted.
Thank you.
Between that message at a little bit before 10, and then this next one that says Saturday 11:06 a.m., what was going on during that period of time?
So I left my house and went to my niece's house on Blanchetta. So it was probably 5 minutes. But he wasn't there. She was at work. He didn't have no way to get in her house, so I went to her house to look and see if he was there.
Did you find him while you were out looking for him?
No.
Do you know about how long you were out looking for your nephew?
Probably about 45 minutes.
Between that 9:45 and then this next 11 o'clock text message, were there any phone calls with Tiffany?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I do not.
Okay. You were able to provide screenshots of phone calls that came into your phone from that day as well, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15B.
Oh, how long we talked? Okay.
Is that a screenshot of your call log from your telephone that morning?
That is.
And there's marks that say Tiffany on there, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, if yes, your yes or no question?
Oh, yes.
If you could just say yes or
Yes.
no, that'd be easier.
Okay.
And those marks that say Tiffany, who is that?
Tiffany Parks.
Okay. And there's, the bottom one is marked 10:06 a.m. Is that did you have a phone call with Tiffany at 10:06 a.m.?
I can't remember.
Okay. If, based on your call record
Right.
there, would that appear to indicate there might have been one that came in at that time?
Probably so.
Above that, then it says Tiffany and it says 2 next to it, is that right?
Say that again.
Oh,
This one under Mimi?
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Do you know, have you seen that designation, like 2 on there before?
That means twice, yes.
Okay, and there's time next to that too, is that correct?
Yes.
And what time is that?
11:13.
And then a couple up, there is another one that has a 12:03 time on it, correct?
Yes, but that was, yes.
What was Tiffany saying to you during those conversations or of any of those phone calls?
That she was just upset with Timothy
Did she say why?
because he had spit on her.
Did she indicate what she was doing or what was happening or?
They were arguing, feuding, I don't know what they were doing. She didn't get into the details, no. She didn't tell me all of that.
Did she indicate that she was still looking for him?
Yes.
Objection, Judge Lee.
Overruled.
Could you tell if there was anybody else around her during any of these phone calls?
Objection is the leading aspect.
That question was leading, I'll give you that one. Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Did you hear anything in the phone calls other than Tiffany's voice?
Yes.
Tell the court about that.
I heard people in the background, don't know who it was. I heard a guy ask her.
Objection.
Overruled.
I heard someone ask her, is he at his aunt's house? And she said, I'm on the phone with his aunt now. She's out looking for him. He's probably walking to his mom's house.
Before you ask your next question, just so we're clear on this, with regard to statements that were not, and I don't think I said this earlier, with regard to statements that were out-of-court statements, I'm going to give all of you a continuing objection as to that. So If you want to say objection, you can, but you already have a continuing objection to that. Or if you want clarification on how it is that the evidence is being admitted, you can obviously ask that also, but don't feel like you have to protect your record with an objection. It's already been protected. Yes, Mr. Hughes?
I'm unclear on who all the she's were. She said she meaning, I think, Tiffany. I think she also referred to herself as she in that last answer.
Okay, let's rewind one question and answer.
So we were asking about other people on the line at any of these phone calls, correct?
Is that a yes?
Yes. So when I was speaking with Tiffany, I heard people in the background, and someone asked her, is he at his aunt's house? She said, I'm on the phone with his aunt now. She's out looking for him too. Maybe he walked to his mom's house.
And that's all Tiffany's comments there.
That's me and
She-
Tiffany's conversation. Because I said, well, you think he walked all the way out there? Which way you think he go? Because I'm out looking for him. Which way you think he will walk? She said, he most likely will walk up Hamilton Avenue.
Okay, so this is you talking to her and that was her response to
Yes.
you, or that was you telling her?
No,
about
that
this?
was her telling me that he probably walked to his parents' home. I said, well, which way do you think he will go? Because I'm out here
Okay.
looking for him.
All right. And did it appear to you that she wanted to know where he was? Tiffany wanted to know where Timothy was at that point.
I don't understand that question.
It's been asked and answered. She said she called earlier and was looking for him.
Let's get it for questions.
I can move on. Based on the telephone calls you were getting from Tiffany, were you, while you were out looking for Timothy, actually, do you call him Vinnie, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay. You want me to refer to him as Vinnie? Is that going to be easier probably?
yes.
All right. When you were out looking for Vinnie, was it your intent to tell Tiffany where he was?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Objection, cause
Objection just
perspective.
calls for an opinion.
Overrule, go ahead.
She was heated and she had family with her and I didn't want anything to happen.
So you then get this text message, Saturday, 11 o'clock a.m. Can you read that for us?
I'm at Shemaine's house. He's not here. You know where he would go.
So who is Shemaine?
My niece.
And then you're posing that question to who? About where he would go?
Tiffany.
Okay. And that's the last text message that morning you had with her, correct?
Yes.
Do you end up back at your house?
Absolutely.
Why did you end up back at your house? Did something cause you back
My
there?
ring notification went off and when I checked it, he was sitting on my patio.
Okay, just so we're all clear, so you have a Ring doorbell on your home?
Yes.
That's a video camera kind of system that shows
Video
you.
doorbell, yes.
And you said he.
Vinnie was, when I pulled it up, Vinnie was on my patio.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. Does that video clip look familiar to you?
Yes.
Can you just tell the court what that is?
And it's my patio. That's Timothy, Vinnie walking up to my home and sitting down.
Down here in the corner, there is what appears to be a date and a time. Can you see? I know it's kind of blocked.
Oh,
but can you see that?
8/24/24, 11:09.
And does that seem accurate as far as the time and date in which this was your nephew arriving at your home?
Yes.
You said you then went back to the house, correct?
Yes.
And did your Ring video camera pick that up as well?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 17.
Oh, that's me.
Sorry, I'm going to restart it.
You're going to your mom's house. Come on. Huh? No. Come on, girl, so I can pay my numbers. Where my bag? I came back for my bag. Well, I cleaned this living room up. Come on,
All right, does that video look familiar to you as well?
Yep. Yes.
And what is that video of?
Me, once I realized he's at my house, me coming and picking him up and taking him to his mom's.
And again, it's hard to see with the blockage there, but there's a date and time at the bottom, is that correct?
Yes.
What does that indicate?
8/24/24, 11:45.
And does that seem to be appropriate as far as when you arrive back at your house?
Yes.
Just so we're clear, the pink sweatshirt that's walking up, who is that?
That is I.
You were, sounds like you were speaking to somebody in the house, is that correct, as you arrived and knocking on the
My
door?
teenage daughter.
Okay. As you come up, on the video, is that capture the first thing you say to Vinnie?
Yes.
Which is what?
I don't know.
On the video, you tell him we're going to your mama's
Oh,
house, right?
absolutely.
Why? Why?
Because I didn't want the drama at my house with my daughter. And I wanted to get him, I thought his mom house would
Object to
be,
what she thinks, Judge.
Overruled, go ahead.
I thought being at his mom would be safer and be away, things can calm down.
Did he comply? Did he go with you?
Absolutely.
Were you driving your car?
Yes.
What kind of car is that?
A blue Malibu.
And where is your car? Is it parked somewhere near you?
I live in a 8-building complex, so I'm in the back and the car is around the front in the parking lot.
And so you end up getting Timothy or Vinnie to your car, is that right?
Yeah, yes,
I mean, he goes willingly. He didn't
Yes.
drag him or anything
No.
like that, right?
no,
What side of your car did he get into?
passenger side, front seat,
Where'd you get into the car? at?
driver's side,
And you then make your way out, correct?
correct.
As you were leaving your apartment complex, did you observe anything?
I saw a black car with tinted windows pulling in, but he was walking, I'm already seated in the car, he's walking, limping a little bit.
Who's that?
Vinnie is walking up the pathway, it was probably 100 steps, but he's limping coming up. And I'm waiting on him, and the black car is backing into a parking spot, like they're backing into a spot, maybe 3 cars down from where I'm parked at. Then he get in the car, and I pull off.
As you pulled off, did you notice anything at that point?
The black car also pulled off.
And where did it go in relation to where you were headed?
Same directions, there's only one way out of my complex.
Okay. Does it come out onto a street?
It comes out onto Clover Nook.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Clover Nook,
Okay, and is that a one-way street or?
no, it's 2-way.
Okay, does that car follow you in the same direction you're going?
Correct.
Where are you heading at this point?
I'm heading up Clover Nook to go to Galbraith, to go to Ronald Reagan Highway.
And then from there, where were you going?
All the way to Ronald Reagan to 71 to my sister's house.
While you were driving Ronald Reagan toward your sister's house, did you still notice this black car?
I did.
Did you do anything as a result of that feeling that it was following you?
Well, while on Ronald Reagan, I got over to the left lane like I was going to go up 75, but that didn't work. So I got back over Ronald Reagan, went all the way up till I got to 71.
Okay. When you went over to the left, as if you were going on to 75, did you see what this black car was doing?
Yeah, there was a couple cars behind me, but they were still right there with me. I could not shake it.
And when you made that, so when you said you made a quick move to go
Back over to the right to continue straight up Ronald Reagan Highway.
did you notice that black car doing anything?
Absolutely.
What did it do?
Followed me straight up Ronald Reagan Highway.
Now, while you're noticing this, did you make any communication to your nephew? to Vinnie?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Why weren't you saying anything to him?
Trying to keep everything calm, keep myself calm, him calm, and just riding.
Your sister is Vinnie's mom,
Correct.
and she lives where?
Mason.
Okay. So you actually get to 71 North?
Mm-hmm.
Drive up?
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
That's natural, it's okay.
Yes.
We're going to remind you of that. As you're heading 71 North, where do you get off? Do you know?
As I get off at 71, to get to her house, I go to Phil's Erdel exit.
And which direction do you turn off of that exit?
Once at Phil's Erdel, I make a left.
Do you then follow that straight?
I go all the way up until Socialville Foster.
Okay. And where do you go from there?
I make a right at Socialville Foster, and I'm going down to her subdivision. And by now, this car, I know is following me because I'm in North College Hill, now we in Mason, so you have to be following me at
And
this
you're
point.
how many minutes away from your home at this?
Maybe 25, 26
24, 25, or 26?
minutes
Thank you.
away from my home. So when I go up to the light to turn up, put my blinker on to turn into Water's Edge, they got their blinker on before I got mine. I turned mine on. I noticed that. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to take them to my sister's house either. This don't look safe. So I get on. I make the left. I call my sister. I said, sister, somebody's following me. They follow me from my house. I said, where's the police station at so I can get somewhere safe, public, so I can get safety. She didn't know where the police station was at. But then I don't know who said in her background about a gas station. So once I get to the stoplight, I think it's a three-way stop right there. Going into their subdivision. I hit a U-turn and I go back up and stop and make a left.
So you're back out on Socialville Foster at
I'm
this
back
point?
on Socialville Foster.
Prior to the U-turn,
Mm-hmm.
have you communicated any concerns about somebody following you or what you're going to do to Vinnie?
No.
When you make the U-turn, does Vinnie have any reaction to that?
Yes. He want to know what am I doing.
Okay. Did you tell him?
Well, I was talking on the phone with my sister, so he overheard. He said, well, why you tell me somebody was following us?
So at that point, he becomes aware.
He becomes aware. He's looking out the window trying to figure out what's going on, but I'm going towards the light. The light turned, and I make the left.
Okay. Well, as you get back on Socialville Foster, is there a roundabout that you
It's a
encounter?
roundabout, yes.
And you head in which direction out of that roundabout?
Left.
Okay. And is that onto what you now know, or I don't know if you knew it then or not, was Innovation Way?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you were heading where? What was your intent at that point?
I was told it was a gas station up there on the right-hand side. And so that's where I was headed because they didn't know where the police station was at.
When you say they, you're referring...
My sister didn't know where the police station was at. So I was headed to somewhere public. So I was headed to the gas station.
Did you get to the gas station?
I did not.
Okay. Where did you end up stopping at?
I ended up stopping at this light, and there was a car in front of me, and I'm right here in the right-hand lane.
Let me stop you there just a second. I'm going to show you what we have marked as... Showing you what's been marked with State's Exhibit number 14. Does that intersection look familiar to you?
Yes.
And is that the intersection that you just referred to that you had been stopped at that morning of August 24th?
Yes.
Actually, at this point, around what time was it at this point?
About 12:15.
And if you could, go ahead and hit one of those colored buttons down there. So
Okay.
if you could use an X or something just to mark where you came to a stop at. And you said there was another car in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. As you come, do you remember what kind of car that was? Or
I do not.
Was that black, did you still observe that black car?
Yes.
So the black car that had been following you, was it still behind you?
I don't know if it was a black car behind me, but I didn't, yes. I don't know. I'm not certain about
Okay.
that.
That's okay. The car that was in front of you, it was not, was it the car that had been following you from
No.
College Hill? Okay. To your knowledge, not a car that had anything to do with anything, is that right?
Correct.
As you are stopped there, or actually, as you're going up Innovation Way, did you still observe this black car following you?
Yes.
And as you came to a stop, did you happen to still see that black car?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that black car go, do you know?
To the left of me.
Okay. If you could, go ahead and just change colors, if you could. And just use another X to show where that black car went.
Somewhere over there, maybe not, but. okay.
Not approximate the same.
Yeah.
Did you notice at that point any other cars around you
Not at first,
That's what I'm asking.
no.
What, if anything, did you or Vinnie do at that point?
I hear him yelling and screaming, and I look over, and there's Tiffany, and him and Tiffany are yelling and screaming, and
Okay, well, where is Vinnie at that point?
he's, I don't know if he's still in my car. No, he had hopped out. He's right here at my car with the door open.
Okay, I want to make sure we're as clear as we can. So-
Okay.
So the black car pulled up.
Yes,
Was Vinnie still in your car when that black car pulled up?
yes,
Okay. And then, does Vinnie get out of your car?
yes,
He's in the passenger side?
yes,
Never, I mean, he didn't move into the back seat and get in there.
no,
Did he get out of your car?
yes.
Which side of your car was he on?
He was on the right side.
And the right side being the passenger side of your
Yes.
car? When he got out, did you, in relation to that, you said you saw at some point Tiffany pull up, is that right?
Yes.
In relation to when Vinnie got out of the car, do you know when that is in relation to when you saw Tiffany pull up?
No,
Okay. Was this a lengthy process? Was this, I mean, as far as you pulling up to the stoplight, was this something that was taking minutes or?
no.
Just describe that for the court.
It was seconds.
Okay. Where did you see Tiffany pull up at? Like, where did she pull up to you at?
We was almost parallel. Like I could look out my window and her car was right next to mine.
Was she on your side?
Yes.
If you could, let's pick another color there. And just go ahead so we can be clear here. Where is Tiffany's car?
All around right there.
And what is she driving? Do you remember?
A white something, 4-door sedan.
Do you happen to notice any other cars pulling up as well as Tiffany's?
I noticed the Jeep.
Okay. And where did that Jeep go?
The Jeep was in between the green car, the green marker and the white marker.
Do you want to go ahead and
So
describe
the
another?
Jeep was here.
Seem to think it was ahead of you a little bit?
Over to the side, like in front of
Objection, Judge
Tiffany's
Lee.
car.
Overruled. Where did Vinnie go? You said he got out of the car.
He hopped out and he went, it was like some trees right here. He went in the grass area after screaming with her, and then I saw the two guys. But by this time, the light has turned, and I'm trying to grab my door so I can close it and go that way.
So let me walk you back just a little bit.
Okay.
I think I follow you, but I want to make sure the
Okay.
court does. So Vinnie's out of the door of your car.
Yes.
Show us with an arrow the direction which you said you saw him go toward.
He's over here.
So he ran up over toward where, is that a sidewalk that's off to the right?
It was grass, trees.
But away from the cars that had pulled up next to you, right?
Yes.
And then you said you saw two men.
Mm-hmm.
Where did those two men come from?
I don't know.
Do you know those two men? Did you know them before? Did you
Never
see
seen
them
them,
before?
never, no.
Did you see them throughout that period of time that morning or that afternoon? At least while you were at that intersection?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what they were wearing?
All I remember, one did have on a shirt.
Did you stick around to see what was going on there?
No, I got a little nervous and I bent down and I was trying to close the door. I turned right and then I hit a U-turn. As I'm hitting the U-turn, I see him go, he had already started going across the street, then I hit the U-turn to try to go over there to where he was at, and they all was running there. By the time I got over there, they all had ran back and got in their car.
So who did you see? You said you
Oh,
saw
only one I
somebody?
saw is Tiffany, only one I know is Tiffany Zoe, but I don't know, I had never seen them
Okay.
before.
Let me, I want to, the guy you saw running across the street.
Without the shirt.
Well, before we get to that.
Okay.
You talked about, as you make the U-turn, you see someone running over to the other side of the street. Who was?
Vinnie.
Okay. And then, did you see people following after him?
Absolutely.
Who let me ask this. Did you ever see anyone other than the two men you talk about on the right side of your car, on the passenger side of your car?
right?
Did you ever see anyone other than the two men
Oh,
over
it
there?
was a
with
lot,
Vinnie?
all of them. All of them followed him across the street.
Okay, before we get across the street.
Oh, right there, in the grass area?
Yes.
Okay,
Before we get across the street, so you said there was two men that confronted Vinnie there, right?
correct.
Did you see anyone else other than the two men and Vinnie on that side of your car?
Yes,
Okay, do you remember who? Or, I mean, did you know the person, or was it male, female,
they
description?
were female.
Okay. Was there more than one?
Yes.
Can you remember how many?
Only one I really remember is whoever jumped out of Tiffany's passenger side car because she was parallel to my car.
Okay. And that was not one of the two people that you knew?
Correct.
One of the two girls that you knew, which were Brittany and Zoe, right?
Correct.
Okay. But so somebody gets out of Tiffany's car.
Passenger side, front
Definitely
seat.
saw her over there on that side.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else other than that you recall?
No.
As they were going across the street, the little bit that you saw of that piece,
Mhm.
did you see others going across the street at that point?
Yes.
How many there?
It looked like 5 or 6.
Did that include Tiffany Parks?
Objection, Judge Lee.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did that include Zoe Matthews?
Yes.
Did it include the two men that had
Yes.
met up with them? And were there any other women that went?
2 other women.
Did you at any time see, well, let me ask you this. Did you at any point have any weapon on you as you were driving to your sister's house that morning?
No.
afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Did Vinnie have any weapons on him?
No.
Did you ever see him with a baseball bat?
No.
Did you ever see any weapons that day?
Baseball bat.
When did you see a baseball bat?
I guess when I had did the U-turn and I'm coming back across and I could see him going, hitting him with it.
Okay, so it was so where are those folks at when you first see baseball bats or baseball bats?
Over here.
And then your car is where at that point?
Right here.
So you were coming back after your U-turn?
Yeah, after hitting the U-turn, I was coming back, but it was cars in front of me. Yeah, so when the light came, I came and, yeah,
And that was the first time you had seen bats at that point?
yes.
Do you see that group of people do anything at that point in time?
I see they all over him, and I just see bats going up in the air and coming down. I can see a group of people standing over him.
And what are you doing at that point?
At the light, right here.
So are you stopped there?
Yes.
Do you see those individuals then cross over the street and get into their cars?
Yes.
Does that include Tiffany Parks?
Yes.
Did that include Zoe Matthews?
Yes.
Did you then make your way, where did you go at that point?
So I end up, once I got over, I end up parking, that ain't my car, that could have been my car, about right here.
And what did you do when you stop over there?
Hopped out and ran to him.
And tell us what you observed as you ran to Vinnie.
He was a mess laying there, unconscious, in and out, just laying there.
Was he making any sounds? Was he talking to you?
No.
What were you saying to him?
I don't remember.
Did you observe any injuries to his body at that point?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Behind his ear was busted open right here, and his back of his head, his knees looked horrible. Yeah.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18A. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
How does that look familiar?
That looks horrible. Yep.
Who
But
is-
when I got there, he was on his side. The paramedics rode him onto his back.
And you were present when the paramedics arrived?
Yes.
Watched them do that?
Yes.
In fact, there's what appears to be some kind of neck brace on
Yes.
him. Is that paramedics? Did they put that on him?
Yes.
But this is how you found your nephew as you came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And I want to show you what has
So
been
Herman,
marked.
could we back up just a little bit, put the intersection back on, and I want to have Ms. Carrilco take a screenshot of the intersection with the marks on it.
And I hope I didn't bump it.
All right. Ms. Carrilco, if you could go ahead and take a screenshot of that. You got it? Okay, go ahead.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 18B. Can you
Yeah.
tell us what that is a photograph
That
of?
was the knee. That's what I had saw. It looked way worse in person.
And that is your nephew, Timothy? Vinnie?
Yes.
What happened to Vinnie from the scene there?
He was rushed to the hospital,
Do you know what hospital he went to?
but that's north.
Did he stay at Bethesda North?
No, they lifted him to UC trauma.
Did you then have the opportunity to visit him at UC?
Yes.
Did you observe him there as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18C. Can you tell us what that is a photograph of?
That's his eye, his head.
And that was taken at the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
That's how he observed, or he looked to you upon
Yes.
arrival at the hospital? And again, looking at State's Exhibit 18D, can you tell us what that is a photograph of?
That is him at the hospital.
That's just, is that the ear that you were referring to
Mhm,
earlier?
yes, that's the ear, that blood stain right there, that's the back of the head I saw also.
That's a fair and accurate reflection of the way he appeared at the hospital? upon
Yes.
Thank you, Paulette. I have no further questions.
Especially now from the ammunition,
Mr. Cathy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I represent Zoe Matthews.
Okay.
Mr. Gethman, I'm going to interrupt you. For the rest of council, I assume we're going to have a decent amount of questions for Ms. Scales, or not?
No.
No.
All right, let's break for lunch. I'm hungry. So let's plan on being back at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Scales, make sure that you don't discuss your testimony with anybody during the break. What's that?
This will be on.
Big miss.
docket somewhere. All right, this is the case of the State of Ohio versus Marcus Williams, case number 24 CR 41445. We have Mr. Brenner representing Mr. Williams. We have Ms. Trainer from the prosecutor's office, and we have Dr. Nichting is also present pursuant to the court's previous order. And Mr. Williams is not present. I received a call from the jail that Dr. Dreyer is at the jail right now to do an interview with Mr. Williams. Apparently, she thought that our hearing today was continued, so she scheduled with him. She's only going to be available for a certain amount of time, so I made a judgment call at the time that Mr. Williams would remain at the jail and be interviewed by Dr. Dreyer. I thought that was the better way to move the case forward. It's not Dr. Nichting that I think her time is more valuable than hers, but it just seemed like the right thing to do. We cannot have a substantive hearing on the issue of these records without Mr. Williams present. So we have two things that we can do. We're already scheduled to come back on April the 14th at 1:15. Dr. Nichting, if you want to come back then, we can do that. That's alternative A. Alternative B is that I assume we have a thumb drive with the records or some sort of paper with the records?
Paper.
Okay. So alternative B is that I can receive those records from Dr. Nichting with a representation that it is everything that is here. And then Dr. Nichting, you can send me a letter, which I will copy to the attorneys as to all of the reasons why you don't want to disclose it. And then I will make a decision on the 14th as to whether or not I should transfer those records along to Dr. Dreyer. If you want to come back and give testimony, that's fine. I'm trying to be respectful of everybody's various interests here. Dr. Nichting, do you have a preference on that?
Would I be able to check my schedule
Sure.
quickly to see if I can return? And that was April 14th at 1:30
The 1:15.
or 1:15, okay. Could I return at that? I can, I'm available then?
You are available?
Yes.
Do you want to come back or not?
I would prefer to. Would I be able to send a letter in the meantime also outlining my objections or concerns?
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, so we're already set. We'll see everybody back here on the 14th. I will go ahead and retrieve the records from Dr. Nichting today. We'll call those courts exhibit number 1. And I'm not going to do anything with them except make an in-camera inspection of them. And we'll decide what we're doing with them on the 14th. All right, anything else?
Yes, sir. Nothing further.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
I have a question.
Sure.
With the order, one of the concerns I had and would outline today, or I will on the 14th, is uncertainty about which records to provide.
Okay.
There was a competency restoration report that was provided to us that had been completed by Summit. And so I'm unclear, just given that that's owned by the court, that's our understanding how we proceed typically with that, if that's something that we should re-release.
That you should or should not?
Should or should not. We were unsure of how to proceed with that.
Okay. All right, so is there like a little table of contents, or do we know what's in there?
I have 3 separate envelopes. of
Okay.
records.
And what are they?
There is, the first one is the Summit report.
Okay.
The second is Warren County jail records that were provided to us in 2024. And then Warren County jail records provided in 2025.
Okay.
They're separated, I guess, essentially by episode, because we had seen him once and saw him the second time.
Okay, so I thought there were also some medical records, or the jail records, medical records?
Those are the only records we have.
So it's my understanding of the dispute that my order appointing Dr. Dreyer said any and all medical records. And then the issue was mental condition at the time of the offense, but then it was the center's policy not to provide records we obtained to outside examiners for several reasons. That's the jail records, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Like I said, if you want to send me a letter that outlines everything, that's fine. If you want to come back, that's fine too. If you want to do both, that's fine also.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so we'll call that group exhibit, courts exhibit Roman numeral 1, and we'll get those from you when the hearing is over. Anything else, Ms. Tranter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brenner?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Anything else, Dr. Nickton? Okay, all right, thanks. Sorry we brought you down here for nothing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, she's going to leave us with the envelopes.
Yes.
Does somebody need, do you need a copy of them? I assume you have a copy of them, right?
Yes, these?
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So we don't, nobody needs to make copies. We're good. Thank you, Ms. Kilburn. Case of the State of Ohio versus Casey Sanchez, case number 22 CR 39891. Present before the court is Mr. Sanchez, represented by Mr. Clark. We have Mr. View from the prosecutor's office and Officer Niemeyer from probation. We are here today for a final ILC violation hearing. Mr. Clark, does your client wish to have a contested hearing in this matter?
No, he's going to admit to the violation.
Mr. Sanchez, do you understand the right you're giving up by admitting to this violation?
Yes, sir.
Is this what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Do you admit or do you deny that you violated the terms of your ILC?
I admit.
Based upon your admission, I find you have violated the terms of your supervision. I am going to terminate the intervention in lieu of conviction. Mr. View, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor. I'll send you a corrected entry. The one I sent you was incorrect.
Okay.
Miss Hyatt's name on it.
Sometimes that's not important to people, sometimes it is. Officer Niemeyer, anything from probation?
Nothing further, Your
We
Honor.
have 24 days of jail time credit. That sounds right to everybody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark?
Your Honor, just to reiterate that the defendant was headed to a CBCF in Franklin County. He needs to serve an additional 4 to 6 months on that charge, on those new charges for robbery. Just ask that the court allow him to go back to Franklin County and handle his obligations there as soon as possible.
Anything you want to tell me, Mr. Sanchez?
Not exactly, sir, no.
All right, what I'm going to do, Mr. Sanchez, is I'm going to put you into my community control program for a period of 1 year. I'm going to order that you serve 60 days in the county jail, and I'm going to credit you the 24 days that you have already done. That means that you have some local time to do here for me. When you're done with that, I then am going to order that you enter into and successfully complete the CBCF, the Community-Based Corrections Facility,
The one out in Franklin, right?
wherever it is that you're going.
Okay, yeah.
If you do both of those things, then I'm going to successfully terminate you from community control, which means when you get out of the CBCF, we really don't want you back here in Warren County, probably as much as you don't want to be back here in Warren County.
Yeah, no
So I'm
offense.
going to terminate your supervision when you are done with us after you complete the CBCF. If you do not successfully complete the community-based corrections facility, then you're going to come back to me and we're going to talk about what else might happen to you as a result of this case.
Okay.
I'm not going to impose a fine. I am going to impose the costs. If you violate the terms of your supervision or you leave the state without permission, I could sentence you to up to the maximum penalty in this case, which is 12 months in prison, and the optional period of post-release control of up to 2 years. Is there anything else we need to do or anything that I forgot?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you do have the right to appeal this to the 12th District Court of Appeals in Middletown. If you don't have the funds to hire a lawyer to obtain a transcript or to pay the cost, they'll all be provided to you at no charge. After 36 days, you're going back to Columbus. Hopefully you won't be back here and you and I won't see each other anymore.
Okay.
Good luck to you, Mr. Sanchez. You got a question?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify completely. So, another 36 days here, so the 60 days, and then I go do the CBCF, and then I don't have anything else for this county?
That is true, yes.
Okay, yeah, just wanted
I
to clarify.
think we have to do a transfer, a courtesy transfer, maybe. I don't know. Should I
So
put
we'll
him on?
clarify that with Franklin County.
Maybe put him on non-reporting probation? Is that easier?
I don't think it matters either way.
Doesn't matter to me. Okay. All right, we'll figure it out. All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
Next is the case of the State of Ohio versus for CR 41464. Present before the court is Ms. Moses, represented by Mr. Clark, and we have Ms. Hyatt from the prosecutor's office. We are here today for a pretrial, a scheduling conference, and a bond hearing. With regard to the pretrial, we've had the opportunity to talk about the case a little bit. It is my understanding, Mr. Clark, that you want a week or so to go through some discovery, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll reset the case for another pretrial in a couple of weeks. And what do you want to tell me about the issue of bail?
Your Honor, I just would ask that she be allowed to go into an inpatient program. I believe she's been accepted in Full Circle. She would acknowledge that she does, in fact, need the treatment. She has a few drug charges on her record, and she really needs to get the help. And since Full Circle has accepted her, I just would like her to be able to get that treatment sooner than later. I know she does have an issue kind of looming in Montgomery County as well that we have to deal with. So,
Anything you want to tell me, Ms. Moses?
Mentioned that I really do want to go to treatment, and Montgomery County, I'm pretty sure they have agreed to, like, when I went to court last, they OR'd me, but they was agreeing to me going to treatment too.
So, Ms. Moses, I'm not going to change your bail. I'm going to continue to hold you without bond in the case. But hopefully we're going to get back here in a week or so Mr. Clark can figure out if there's a defense to this or if Ms. Hyatt is going to be able to prove the things that have been alleged against you. If there is a plea of guilty to the charge in the next couple of weeks, my plan would be to release you to Montgomery County, get your stuff taken care of there, put a holder on you, have you come back here, we do a sentencing, and I send you over to some place like Full Circle so that we can get that done. That's sort of my vision for the case, but I really don't know what else we have. I can't send you right over there because you got a holder in Montgomery County, and I am not going to release you from my jail until my cases have been resolved. So if you want to exercise your right to a trial, that's fine. We'll get you a trial. If you're found not guilty of this, we don't have to worry about it. If you're found guilty of it during after a trial, we'll figure out what impact that has on the plan after that. Do you understand all of that? All right, I'll see you in a week or so.
Are we waiving time at all, Your Honor, at this
Oh,
point?
are we doing a time waiver, Mr. Clark?
I don't believe so. I think we should have this resolved by May 24th.
If we set it in a week or so, we'll be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's take a break and plan on spinning back up as soon as we can get folks here. Great. All right, we are back on the record. Council, you may resume.
Good afternoon, Ms. Scales.
Good afternoon.
Again, my name is Edward Catherine. I represent Zoe Matthews. Now, you said you were aware that your nephew Vinnie and Tiffany were in a relationship, correct?
Correct,
Couple years?
correct.
And you were able to view this relationship? I mean, spend time with them while they were in
Yes.
the relationship? How would you describe the relationship?
Off and on,
What do you mean by that?
highs and lows, goods and bads. Good relationship.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe Vinnie with Zoe?
Yes,
Okay. They appear like they got along okay to you?
yes.
Okay. Did did it appear to you that they liked each other?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went over your text messages with prosecutor on direct examination. You recall doing that, correct?
Yes,
Okay. In those text messages, it appeared that Tiffany was indicating to you that she was looking for Vinnie, correct?
yes,
There was no stated purpose as to why she wanted to find him, correct?
correct.
Okay. You had indicated at one point that that it was your idea, correct me if I'm wrong, to take Vinnie to his mother's house, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that you didn't want the drama at your house, correct?
correct.
Okay. This was your assertion from what you saw and heard that morning, correct?
Correct.
You have no other evidence or nothing else that you can offer that led you to believe that anything sinister and nefarious was going to happen, do you?
No,
It was just your thoughts?
yes,
Okay. Now, you said a black car was following you all the way out, correct?
correct.
And that was the only car following you, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you were watching that car all the way out, correct?
yes.
And you would have known if there were other cars following that car, correct?
I like to think I would, yes.
Okay, well, so you were, but I mean, you were on alert.
Yes, for that car,
Okay, and that's why you did the U-turn at your sister's street, right?
yes.
And went back out to Innovation Way.
Socialville Foster first, yes.
Well, Social Foster, okay, yeah. And it was at that point that the car driven by Tiffany pulled up next to yours, correct?
Yes,
And then the Jeep, the bigger vehicle, the SUV pulled up behind that car, correct?
it was in front of her car.
Well, okay, so they were
They
right,
was- Yes,
okay, right by your car.
Mhm.
And then it was a time after that that the black car arrived, correct?
I don't know what black car you're referring to.
The black car that was
That
following
was there
you.
first.
That was there first.
That's what, yes, yes.
Okay, so it's your testimony that the black car was there first,
That's the one I paid attention to. I didn't pay attention to the others first, so yes.
but you did see the white cars when they pulled up alongside.
Once they
it.
was parked and getting out the car, yes.
Okay. Okay, but there was a time gap in between, correct?
No,
They all arrived at the same time?
yes.
Okay, and you weren't blocked in, were you?
In the beginning, yes.
Why do you say in the beginning?
Because I was at a stoplight and there was a car in front of me and there was a car behind me and they were on the side of me.
Okay, so how did the black car block you in if there was a car in front of you?
They was right here on the left of me. There's a car in front of me. I'm the second car. It's 3 cars lined up on to the right, to my left.
Okay, so when the car in front of you was able to go, then you weren't blocked in anymore?
No, that's when I was able to turn.
Okay, all right,
But everybody was out the car by then.
understood.
Okay.
So, but the 3 cars that you are saying came up, none of them per se blocked you in. It was the car that was stopped in front of you.
Correct.
Okay. Can I have a second?
You may.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hughes?
Afternoon, Ms. Scales. Kevin Hughes, represent Tiffany Park. You said that you described the relationship as on and on, off on and off.
Yes.
And it's typical when Vinnie and Tiffany get in a fight that he comes to your place first, correct?
Correct.
So that's not out of the ordinary.
No.
And so the message that you received that said, "I'm pissed, I'm not highly upset," that doesn't really raise any concern to you either, does it?
No.
When you're at Innovation Way, you're at that stoplight, Vinnie jumps out the car first. He's out
Meaning?
of his car first before anyone else gets out of cars.
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Did Tiffany get out of the car to engage
I saw
him?
Tiffany out the car, yes. Because I didn't even know she was next to me until well, I guess, I don't know who hopped out the car first. I see him out the car yelling over my car at her, and she's also out of the car.
And she's yelling at him
Yes,
with nothing in her hands, correct?
correct yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
Mr. Kramer?
No questions.
Mr. Bennett?
Just got a few questions, Judge. Good afternoon, miss.
Good afternoon.
You said at some point on, I guess it was Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning, you're on the phone with Tiffany on
Correct.
August 24th,
Yes,
and you're on the phone with her, correct?
yes,
And then you said you were asked a question, did you hear somebody else besides her? Remember that question?
yes,
And then you said you heard some guy say something,
Yes.
right? And the person you heard was a male,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you didn't hear anybody else, correct?
correct.
So you heard Tiffany and another male individual, right?
Yes,
Okay, and isn't it true that nothing prevented your operation of your motor vehicle that day? That Saturday afternoon, when you're on Innovation Drive here in Warren County, nothing prevented you from doing whatever you wanted to do with your motor vehicle, did it? You understand my question?
yes,
Right. So like if I'm in my car and I'm operating it and I wanna move this way or I wanna leave, nothing stopped you from doing it,
the
did it?
car in front of me did.
And the car in front of you was a person that has nothing to do with this.
Correct.
They were just at a traffic light.
Correct.
So for example, if I'm driving in Warren County and there's a red light and there's a car in front of me, I can't go through that car if the car stopped, right?
Correct,
Right. But once that car leaves, I can leave, right?
correct,
And then you were able to operate your car in any capacity that you wanted to, right?
Correct.
And you did that day, right?
correct,
So nobody blocked you, correct?
correct.
No further questions.
Mrs. Straussky?
I have no questions.
Mr. Hardman? Anything else for this witness?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Next witness?
Oh, thank you, Vinegar, Your Honor.
Any reason why Ms. Scales cannot remain in the courtroom? We're done with her, right?
No objection from the statement.
Okay.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you give the court your name, please?
Peggy Vinegar.
And just go ahead and spell that for our court reporter, please.
First and last,
Yeah, go ahead.
Peggyvinegar.
And are you the mother of Timothy Vinegar?
Yes.
You refer to him as Vinnie?
Yeah, I don't call him that.
Do you know others that do?
Yes.
Okay. What do you call him?
Timmy.
Timmy. Back on August 24th of 2024, where did you know him to be living at?
Oh God, I don't know.
I don't need an
the
address. Do
street
you have an
address.
area?
With Tiffany in the Coleraine area, Galbert I forgot what the street, yeah.
And you said he was living with Tiffany?
Yeah, for the last couple of years. They've been together for 2.5 years.
Is that Tiffany Parks?
Yes.
And did anybody else live with him and Tiffany?
Her children.
Is one of those Zoe Matthews?
Yes.
Other than Tiffany and Zoe, are you familiar with any other members of their family? Of
Yes.
Tiffany? Okay. Who would that be?
Her son, Zarian, her mother. I met her cousin, had been to my home, Brittany. She's been to my home.
Okay. And Brittany, is that Brittany Matthews?
Yes.
On the late morning or early afternoon of August 24th, 2024, did you have any communications with Tiffany Parks?
Yes.
Tell the court about that. When was that?
It was after 9. I got a phone call from Tiffany, and she was telling me that her and Timmy was into it. They was having a falling out, and she was very upset and saying that she was going to get him, and she was riding around with her daughter and her gun looking for him, and I tried to talk to her, calm her down.
How did you react? How did she react to you talking to her and trying to calm her down?
Oh, she just kept saying, no, he's got to get it. Yeah, he hit my daughter, and she's got to do something about it. And no, she's not letting it go.
Were these multiple phone calls, or was it just one?
Seemed like it was just one kind of long conversation, but I may have talked to her again. I tried to make sure I saved the phone call list, but it left my phone, so.
What did you do in response to that call from Tiffany?
Well, I actually thought that after we had talked, I thought maybe she had calmed down, and I thought it might be over with.
Did you try to reach out to Timmy at all?
Yes, but he didn't answer.
Okay. Did you do anything else at that point?
I called my sister, I think, but no. Because like I said, I'm thinking it's over. He had left the home. I thought that I had talked to her. I was trying to console her. I said, well, if something is wrong with you and your daughter, go home, see about your daughter. That's what I was telling her. Just go home, see about your daughter. You were riding around looking for him. I'm like, just go home and take care of yourself and take care of your daughter. And if he have anything of yours, then I'll make sure you get it.
Where were you at when you were receiving those phone calls that morning?
I was at home. It was early, like I said, 9:30ish.
And your home is where?
My home is in Mason, Deerfield Township.
Did you learn later that morning that there were additional concerns with regard to Timmy?
Yes, when my sister called and said that she was being...
Object to what her sister said.
I'm going to allow it for the limited purpose of explaining why these folks are doing what they are doing and for no other purpose at this point.
So your sister, go ahead, that means you...
She called me and said that she had been followed, that Timmy had got to her house, and she was bringing them to me, to our home. And she said that when she saw a car following her, she left. She pulled out of the subdivision. She didn't want to bring him home. And so would we just come and pick him up? She was going to take him to the nearest gas station.
Now, were you at home alone?
No, my husband was home. My grandchildren were home.
Okay. And so did you give any instructions based on what your sister was telling you they were doing?
She just said, no, I didn't give, did I give any instructions?
Like, did you say where to go or do anything like that?
Maybe I told her to take him to the gas station because she didn't really know the area.
Okay. Did you communicate any of these conversations to anybody else that was with you that morning or afternoon? That early afternoon, I guess, at this point.
No.
So, I mean, to your husband or to...
Oh, yeah, because he was going to go and get him. He was going to go pick him up. Did
you or he ever make it to a gas station?
No, because once she left our subdivision, she really didn't know how to tell us where she was. She didn't really know the area. And Timmy overheard her telling me that they were being followed.
Your Honor.
Overruled, I'm gonna
So-
allow it again for the limited purpose of explaining what's going on. Go ahead.
He overheard her telling me that she felt that he overheard her telling me that she had been followed. So that's when he got concerned. He was like, well, Auntie, why didn't you tell me? And so,
And you could hear this on the phone call with your sister, is that right?
yeah,
Did you then learn of an incident that occurred shortly thereafter?
yes.
How did you learn of that?
She was on the phone. She was hysterical. And she couldn't tell me where she was. And I just said, well, to call 911. I'm going to call 911.
And so where did you next see Timmy?
At the hospital,
Which hospital?
Bethesda North.
Okay. And tell us about that. Tell us what you saw, what condition he was in when you saw him there.
It was horrible. I saw him strapped from head to toe, unconscious, in and out of consciousness, bleeding, blood everywhere. A mother's nightmare, worst nightmare, I guess, other than seeing your child dead or something.
Where did he remain at Bethesda North?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make,
He was at Bethesda North until they airlifted him to university.
okay. So you were with him at Bethesda North first?
Yes.
Before they made arrangements to airlift him down to University Hospital, correct?
Yes.
And did you see him again at University Hospital after that?
Yes, I stayed with him for the time he was there, yeah.
Did you stay with him the entire time? I mean,
No, I would leave like maybe 2 or 3 in the morning and come home and then come right back. But yeah, I was with him.
thank you, Ms. Vinegar. No further questions, sir.
Mr. Lewis?
Respectfully, nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Kaufman?
Good afternoon, Ms. Vinegar, how are you?
I'm a little upset, a little uncomfortable.
Let's get to that. You were upset about the injuries that you saw to your son, weren't you?
Yes.
And you were obviously then, you were mad about it, weren't you?
No.
Okay, you're not mad about it now?
No.
Okay. You said the first phone call came at 9 a.m.
No, more like 9:30ish.
Okay, so when you said
I'm
9
not quite sure on the time, but around 9:30. It was after 9.
Okay. And it was from Tiffany, and she said that her and Timmy got into it and that she was upset with him, correct?
No, she was telling me that he was going to get it, and she was riding around looking for him with her gun and her daughter. And I said, Tiffany, go home. If something happened, if your daughter is not okay, you're not okay, go see about yourself. Don't be riding around looking for him.
Sounds to me like you thought it was very possible that your son did some damage to Tiffany and her daughter, didn't you?
No, I didn't think that.
You
I
didn't?
thought that, well, I know that over the years and months, she was abusive.
Who was abusive?
Tiffany was.
Oh, so you don't believe that it was possible that your son assaulted his girlfriend and her daughter
I
earlier that
know
morning?
he is argumentative. I know he argues.
Okay, so you said that Tiffany told you she was riding around with her daughter and her gun looking for him
Yes,
at 9:30 in the morning.
yes.
Okay, did you ever talk, when's the first time you talked to your sister, Paulette?
I'm not completely sure.
Well, you know Paulette lives close to Tiffany, correct?
Of course I know where my sister lives.
Okay, well, why wouldn't you call your sister and say, hey, Tiffany's riding around with a gun and her daughter is going to do Timothy harm. Why don't you live, let me finish. You live close, why don't you go find him?
Because my sister has her life and she has a 15-year-old child. Why would I ask her to go look for an upset woman with a gun?
Well, you wouldn't if you
And
didn't.
I was thinking that I had calmed Tiffany down. I didn't have any reason to involve anyone. I didn't even call the police to report her, what she said to me. So
Well-
why would I call my sister?
I don't know.
You reaching.
I get to ask the questions.
Yeah.
Okay, well, could it be because what you're saying here today is not accurate? That after you saw the condition of your son, that your anger caused you to make this up?
When did I, after I
So
saw my son?
let's everybody take a break here.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, Mr. Kaufman is going to ask questions,
Okay,
and you're going to answer those questions to the best of your ability.
okay,
If you don't understand his question, you can ask him to rephrase it. That's allowed.
okay.
If you have any other questions, ask me, not him.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Isn't it true that the reason that you sat here today and said that Tiffany was riding around with her daughter and a gun trying to do your son harm to get him was because you got so upset after you saw his condition later that day?
No, it is not.
Okay, well,
My phone records show that Tiffany called me. Now, it doesn't show what the conversation was, but I had phone records and I gave them to the detective to show that she had called me. I didn't know there was an incident until she called me.
and as a result of this call, where you now tell us that your son was in this grave danger, you did nothing. Is that what you're telling us?
Exactly. I was too busy praying and seeing about my son.
Okay.
I'm not a vengeful person.
You're not a vengeful person.
And I'm not even, I wasn't angry. I was sorry and hurt.
Okay. Do you have any idea why she would tell you what she intended to do? Any idea at all?
Tiffany and I, we were family. We were in a relationship. So it was not that unusual for us to even have conversations, for us to be, we were a family before all this happened.
Not a family anymore, are you?
What,
Are you? Do you consider her
Hold on,
family
Mr. Cadman.
anymore?
Hold on.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Okay, he's going to ask another question then.
You said that you were a family, meaning you, Tiffany, Timothy, and I'm assuming others, correct?
Yes.
Do you consider her to be in your family now?
I haven't seen her since this happened. I haven't seen her, so no, I do not.
Okay. Now, Tiffany has called you to come and get Timothy from her residence before, hasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And your normal response, and correct me if I'm wrong, come and get him, he's causing a problem, your response would be, well, honey, that's love. Is that what you normally would tell Tiffany?
No.
Okay.
What, I don't understand how that would be considered love.
I agree. Did you call your niece that lived on Blanchetta and say, hey, why don't you look for Timothy? There's some problem between him and Tiffany.
No.
Okay. So as a result of this call, you did absolutely nothing.
I talked to Tiffany.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hughes, you may inquire.
When you talk to Tiffany, well, first of all, Kevin Hughes on behalf of Tiffany Parks. When you talk to Tiffany, you said, I'll bring you your stuff.
No, not stuff. She was concerned about a key, and I said, oh, I'll, get you your key.
To the car, to an Audi.
Yes.
Because she called you because I need the stuff out of the trunk for my son's football game, agreed?
No, she never mentioned that. Never mentioned it. She only told me, she called me to tell me that she was looking for him with her daughter and her gun. And then she added that she wanted her key. She never mentioned anything about football.
You've never seen a gun that she owns, have you?
No,
You don't know that she owns a gun, do you?
no.
No further questions, Joe.
Mr. Kramer?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett?
Pass, Your Honor, no questions.
Mrs. Straussky?
No questions.
Anything else for this witness?
Not this thing, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You're free to go. Next witness?
Thank you.
Just swear affirm that the testimony you will provide in this hearing will be the
afternoon, officer. Would you go ahead and state your name for the court, please?
Officer Jamin Miller,
And go ahead and spell that for the court reporter.
Jamen Miller.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a patrol officer with the city of Mason,
How long have you been with the city of Mason?
approximately 6 years.
Were you employed with any other agencies before Mason?
I was not.
Okay, so your entire career has been with Mason as a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty on the day of August 24th, 2024, shortly after noon that day?
I was.
Working patrol?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to respond out to the intersection of Innovation Way and I-71 that afternoon?
I did.
And what was the purpose for responding there?
We were dispatched to a assault at that intersection of Innovation and I-71.
And how many other officers arrived with you?
Several. It was myself, Officer Painter, Officer Hoskins, Sergeant Fantini. I believe that was it. There might have been another one.
That location, is that in Warren County, state of Ohio?
It is.
If you would, go ahead and describe to the court what you observed upon your arrival at that scene.
When I arrived on scene, there was a male subject laying in front of me off into the grass area. He was laying face down. I approached him, and he was bleeding from the head. He was bleeding from his legs around his knees. I began to render some aid to him, speak with him, give him some encouragement, and tried to ask him questions like what happened and stuff like that. He was not really able to speak with me at all. He was more just making groans. And then at that time, while I was checking him for injuries, the squad was just up the road, so I had advised dispatch to have the squad approach and start treating the male.
While that was going on, were there other witnesses to what had occurred prior to that?
There was a female that was driving in a vehicle with the victim, and then there was other witnesses that were just at that intersection at the time. Officer Hoskins began speaking with them.
And you gathered whatever information you could from those folks that were on the scene, is that
We did
correct?
witness statements, photos, videos, things like that.
What did you do upon acquiring all of that information?
Once we gathered all that information, I notified our supervisor at the time what we had, just Sergeant Fantini. Once the scene was cleared, we responded back to our police department to start reviewing footage and meet with Detective Lieutenant Lyons at the time.
Were potential suspects for anything that happened to that individual identified that afternoon?
They were.
And how is that?
Through photos, videos of license plates of the vehicles that they used to travel there. And then once that information was passed out, Colerain PD advised that they had some of those suspects at their police department.
And who were those two people?
Those two people were Tiffany Parks and Zoe Matthews.
Did you then, what actions, if any, did you take as it relates to securing the two of those individuals?
Myself and Officer Painter responded to Colerain PD. We took custody of those two females, and Officer Painter transported them back to our police department.
Was there also a motor vehicle that was associated with them that was obtained that day as well?
There was a white Ford Fusion that was on the scene at the PD, as well as in those video footage from the incident.
Now, did you transport either of them back to Mason?
I did not.
Why is that?
While on scene at Colerain PD, Springfield Township advised they had our other vehicle, which was a white Jeep, also at the scene of that incident. They had located at 824 Northern Parkway, I believe was the address, and they had that vehicle there. So at that time, Officer Painter responded back to our police department with the two females. I had called Detective Lieutenant Lyons at that time, let him know what information I had gotten, and he had me respond to that secondary location to attempt to tow that vehicle back to our impound lot. And then from there, that's where I went.
So other than the vehicle, that white Jeep Cherokee, did you also obtain or find any suspects there as well?
We did.
And who was that?
Brittany Matthews was another one of our suspects. She was located at 824 Northern Parkway. Springfield and Coleraine had taken her already, or detained her by the time I arrived on scene.
While you were at 824 Northern Parkway, did you have any conversation or contact with anyone else at that scene or at that residence?
I did.
Tell us about that, please.
While I was having the tow truck arrive to the scene to seize that second vehicle, the Jeep, one of the Springfield and officers and Coleraine officers advised me while they were there prior to my arrival that they
Exactly what they said.
Overruled. Go ahead.
that they saw a African-American male moving back and forth from the house that they had located that vehicle at, that matched a description of another male in the video footage and evidence.
Did you then approach the house?
I did. I spoke to the homeowner and asked if there was another male in the house. She denied that there was. I then informed her that officers saw another male go into the house and if she could just politely ask him to come outside. She did oblige me at that point and asked for the male to come out. I spoke with the male briefly, just asking if he would mind identifying himself. He did refuse. At that time, I walked back to my cruiser to transport Brittany Matthews back. When I did, I just asked her if she knew who that was, and she said it was her cousin Derek Floyd.
So, other than her statement, have you learned who Derek Floyd is, who he looks like at this point in time?
Just from speaking with him, yeah.
Well, I mean, you know that was indeed Derek Floyd, independently of her telling you that was Derek Floyd.
Just by her telling me, yes, it matched the description of the video, and I assumed that to be Derek Floyd at the time.
So the male that was there matched the video of the man you saw at the scene of the assault?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12.
Should we call the cops?
And is this the video to which we are referring?
Yes, sir.
How is he not, like, unconscious yet? He is now. Call the cops again. Yeah, I would.
He's not okay.
And the individual that you saw that afternoon at that Northern Parkway, did you see him in that video?
Yes.
Which person was he?
He was wearing the blue shirt.
No further questions, officer. Thank you.
Respected, no question.
Hold on a second, we gotta go around the horn here. Mr. Cathman, Mr. Hughes,
No questions from me.
Mr. Kramer?
Just a couple. Officer, you would agree with me that the video you just watched, that's not the first incident that happened that day, correct?
What do you mean, sir?
You later learned that there was a confrontation that occurred moments before that, correct?
At the time of observing the video,
At any point?
the information that I had at the time, that they were stopped in traffic, and once at that traffic light, multiple subjects got out of a vehicle and approached the vehicle that the victim was in, and at that point, a fight began, was the information I had.
No further questions.
Mr. Bennett?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mrs. Shosky?
No questions.
Anything else for this witness? Mr. Harmon?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. Next witness?
Lieutenant Scott Lyons, Your Honor.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony of these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. Would you go ahead and state your name for the court, please?
Yes, my name is Scott Lyons.
Go ahead and spell that for a court reporter.
Scottylyons.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the City of Mason Police Department.
How long have you been with the City of Mason Police Department?
I've been with the city a little over 8 years.
And employed anywhere else prior to that?
Yes, I was a state trooper with the State Highway Patrol for about 4.5 years before coming to Mason.
And your current position with the Mason Police Department is what?
I'm the support lieutenant, so I oversee some support functions within the police department, the main of those being the investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that particular role?
About a little over 2 years.
So back on August 24th, 2024, that was your position, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean? What are those day-to-day duties like for you as a lieutenant?
So I will, specifically with the investigations unit, I oversee and direct investigations of individual cases, assign cases as they come in. Also because as we are a little bit of a smaller unit, I will occasionally handle cases myself and occasionally be the on-call detective a couple times a week.
On this particular day, August 24th of 2024, were you on duty around a little afternoon that day?
I was on call, yes.
And did you get called in?
I did.
Why were you called in?
So at about 12:30, I received a call from Sergeant Fantini. He was the road supervisor that day. He advised me that they had responded to an assault where an individual had been assaulted with baseball bats and had sustained serious injuries. The information that he had at the time was limited. He just knew that the suspects had fled the scene and that the individual was being transported to Bethesda North Hospital. So I told him I would respond in and go to the hospital.
So where did you respond to first?
Bethesda North.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with Timothy Vinegar at Bethesda North?
I did, but he was not conscious when I arrived there. He was kind of strapped to the hospital bed, had a neck brace on. I observed some injuries on his persons. He appeared to have a cut over his eyebrow and appeared to be bleeding from the back of his head and some blood coming out of his ear. Also had some abrasions on some of his limbs. So I didn't really manipulate him due to his position to look for additional injuries. I just took photographs of him as he was. But I was not able to speak with him at the time.
Did you speak with anyone else while you were there?
I spoke with his mother, Peggy.
And was she able to give you any information as it relates to what had occurred or what had happened to bring Timothy to that position?
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
After speaking with Miss Vinegar, what next action did you take?
So I had been provided the video that we have seen in the courtroom after I arrived at the hospital by officers on scene. I spoke with Ms. Vinegar, who told me that she was not on scene when this occurred, but she said that she had some familiarity with some of his associates.
Yeah, I'm going to object to anything
Overruled.
else Ms. Vinegar said.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I played Ms. Vinegar a portion of the video that just showed some of the individuals involved, and she was able to identify two of them as Tiffany Parks and Zoe Matthews.
Did you also have any information, other information from the scene that would corroborate either one of those individuals as people that were involved or at the area of Innovations Parkway and I-71 that afternoon?
Yes, at the time I was notified by officers that they had been able to successfully identify two of the three vehicles involved. One was a Ford Fusion with an Ohio personalized plate, black child, That came back to Tiffany Parks's mother as the registered owner. And then there was a Jeep involved as well that they were able to successfully identify that had a license plate of GBH 7106. And that came back to Miss Brittany Matthews. Utilizing that information and then also the footage and photos from the scene, we were able to confirm the identity of those 3 individuals.
So so we're on the same page. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. And is this the video that you were referring to that you had access to and obtained that particular day?
Yes, sir.
Is he not like unconscious yet?
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Can you tell us what that is?
So that is the Jeep that was involved in the incident on Innovation Way. To the left there is the registered owner, Brittany Matthews.
Well, there's 2 people to the left of the Jeep.
I apologize. To the far left, in the navy blue scrubs, is Brittany Matthews. And then to the right of Brittany Matthews, in a running stance back towards that direction, is Zoe Matthews.
And this was a photograph that was obtained by Mason at the scene that particular day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And they got a pretty good shot of the license plate of that particular Jeep?
Yes. Yes.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Tell us what that is a photograph of.
So this is another photo I was provided. This is Brittany Matthews, once again, kind of in the same frame as the rear of her Jeep.
When you say you were provided by other officers, this
Yes, sir.
particular photograph?
Yes, sir.
And so we're looking at State's Exhibit number 7 on top of that. Does that look familiar to you as well?
Yes, the previous photo you have out had appears to be a zoomed in image of this photo.
So State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit 1 correlate together.
Correct.
This is just a zoomed image of number 1.
Correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 2, can you identify that photograph for me?
Yes, so once again, this is the Jeep owned by Brittany Matthews. To the far left in the navy blue scrubs is Brittany Matthews, the owner of that Jeep. In front of that vehicle, you can't see the plate, but that is the Ohio personalized plate I was talking about. That is a Ford Fusion, and that is DeAmber Mitchell getting into the passenger seat of that car.
And again, that was a photo that was provided to the Mason Police Department from an individual at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit number 3, can you identify this image for us, please?
Yes, sir. This is another photograph that was provided to the police officers on scene. The female to the left in the green shirt is Tiffany Parks. The shirtless male holding the bat is Corey Matthews. And then Brittany Matthews is also in this photo as well, to the right in the navy scrubs.
And so I want to show you State's Exhibit number 6. Does that photograph look familiar to you as well?
Yes, the one you just had up is a zoomed-in photo of this shot.
So State's Exhibit number 6 correlates with State's Exhibit number 3 as far as 3 is a zoomed-in shot on 6.
That's correct, sir.
When, were you able to ever speak to a Paulette Scales?
I was.
And where did that take place at?
I interviewed her, I called her after I left the hospital and asked her to come to the police department. So she arrived there shortly after I arrived back, and I interviewed her in one of the detective interview rooms.
And following review of the video, photographs that were taken at the scene, conversation with Ms. Scales, were you then, were you involved in directing individuals to try to reach out to anybody?
I did. After speaking with Ms. Scales and putting all that information together, I contacted our road officers and asked them to contact the agencies with jurisdiction, namely Coleraine Township PD and Springfield Township PD, to do attempted locates for Brittany Matthews, Zoe Matthews, and Tiffany Parks, and to take them into custody.
And did that take place?
It did. Coleraine Township actually reached out to us shortly after to let us know that Zoe and Tiffany had actually proactively shown up at their agency to, I think, to report a domestic. They took them into custody at that time. And then after we sent officers down to retrieve them and the vehicle, we were notified by Springfield Township that they had located the Jeep out on Northern Parkway.
And did that also include locating anybody associated with that Jeep?
Correct. Brittany Matthews was located at that location as well.
And so all three of them were able to were they brought to the Mason Police Department at that point?
Yes.
They were under your control around when that day?
I'd say around 4:30, a few hours after the assault.
And did Tiffany Parks have a cell phone with her at the time of her arrest?
She did.
And she was able to identify that as her cell phone?
Yes.
Did you do anything with regard to Tiffany Parks' cell phone?
That phone was seized for potential evidence. She provided her passcode after we obtained a search warrant for the phone.
And were you able to do a download of that phone?
Correct. We sent that out to be completed.
Zoe Matthews, did she also have a phone?
She did.
Did she identify that phone as hers as well?
She did.
Did you do or have anything done with regard to Zoe Matthews' phone?
We sent that out as well to be completed. Zoe did not provide her passcode, so the data that we got from that phone was very limited.
Brittany Matthews, did she have a cell phone with her at the time of her arrest?
She did.
Were you able to do anything with regard to Brittany Matthews' phone?
Yes, same thing. We seized it as evidence, obtained a search warrant. Ms. Matthews did provide, or Brittany Matthews did provide a passcode for her phone, and we were able to do a forensic download.
Did you then did you obtain possession of the downloads of those specifically? Did you receive the download of Tiffany Parks' phone?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review that download?
Yes.
And what is that? How is that done? What do you receive? How do you review it?
So we receive what's called a portable case. So the forensic analyst will do the data extraction, and then using a tool, I think in this case they used Magnet Forensics Axiom Reader, where they generate a portable case that's more, takes the data and puts it in a more user-friendly interface for the officer to be able to kind of peruse and review.
And so it does, in a nutshell, does that give you the contents of the phone?
Correct.
Does it give you people that she may have had phone calls with?
Correct.
People that she called out to and people that called into her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would it include text messages that she would have sent and or received?
Yes.
And as part of that, are you able to produce reports of certain information from those phones?
Yes, there are several features where you can filter out specific data that you like, such as text messages or phone calls, and also narrow down the time frame of the date that you're interested in looking at.
I'll show you what has been listed as State's Exhibit number 19. Have you had a chance to look at this particular report?
I don't object at this point. It's a lack of foundation First of all, he didn't perform the forensic evaluation of his phone. He doesn't even know what tool they used. He said, I think they used the magnetic data. He didn't even know which one they used. There's lack of foundation, and this is hearsay.
Mr. Harden?
I mean, we can finish up with him and we'll bring the guy in that did the download if that's what we need to do, but I think he's sufficiently provided an appropriate foundation to what he did and what he was able to look at. What it's attached to is the phone, and that this is what they received in response.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection based on the foundation that has been established so far.
Okay.
Was a report exchanged with regard to the, I mean,
It was not.
They have the entire phone.
I mean, so was there a report about who was going to testify about the contents of the report?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
There was no report provided. He's putting, well, one, what he's putting up on the, it's my objection, so I'll finish. We've never seen what he's getting ready to put up there, for one. He gave us the entire phone, I think a week ago Friday, and because everyone in the room had difficulty opening it up. And I think that our last pre-trial, that's why you inquired and you wanted more detailed information of what his evidence was going to be off this phone. Because at that point, even the prosecutor's office couldn't open it up.
no, within Lieutenant Lyons' own report, it mentions the specific text messages that we're about to talk about.
Just
That
hearsay.
were reviewed from the phone.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection because I do not think that there is a proper foundation for the exhibit that you were about to go into.
Okay. Detective, did you have the opportunity to review Tiffany Park's phone?
I did.
Did you see any text messages in Tiffany Park's phone of interest to you?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw several messages between her and DeAmber Mitchell. Shortly in the early morning hours of the 24th, where she is talking about how there appeared to be some altercation in the night prior, leading into the early mornings, where there was some explicit language about, you know, F him from DeAmber. It appeared to be talking about Mr. Vinegar. Tiffany spoke about taking the plates off of the car, and DeAmber expressed some concerns that the police would take her car if he were to get pulled over. A few hours later, she texted DeAmber speaking about how Timothy had spit on her. And then DeAmber, I think, responded asking where she was. There was also a message between Tiffany and a person by the name of Chris Ty, as he was saved in her phone. In that message, she stated that she had been spat on and that she was going to kill Mr. Vinnie.
Did she actually use those words, kill him?
She says, I'm going to kill this N-word.
And does she use Vinnie's name in the process of referring to who that N-word is?
Yes.
Were there, earlier we heard about text messages between Tiffany Parks and Vinnie's aunt.
Yes.
Were those messages found in there as well?
Yes, the messages that were reflected on the screenshot provided by Paulette were reflected in these messages as well.
Were you also able to examine Tiffany's phone for any telephone calls to anybody of interest to you?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see there?
On Tiffany's phone, I don't recall any specific phone calls.
Were there were phone messages that confirmed conversations with Timothy's aunt?
Yes.
Did you have Timothy's mom's phone number? Or did you look for Timothy's mom phone number in any of those?
I did not look for her phone number.
With regard to Brittany's phone, were you able to take a look at that download as well?
Yes.
And were there any text of interest that you saw on August 24th with regard to Brittany?
There were. Right around shortly before this incident occurred on Innovation, it appeared a coworker reached out to Brittany asking why she wasn't at work. Brittany responded that she was dealing with a family emergency. There weren't really any, there aren't any other text messages of note that I remember, but there were multiple calls
Let's talk about those. What phone calls did you see in Brittany Matthews' phone call?
So before the incident occurred, there was a phone call from Zoe and as well Derek Floyd. And then afterwards, after the assault occurred, there were numerous calls. And these are a mixture of FaceTime and phone calls, I believe. Mostly FaceTime calls to Derek Floyd.
And let's talk about this name Derek Floyd. Where did that come up? How did that come to the attention of you as part of your investigation?
So, backing up to the evening of the incident, I interviewed Zoe Matthews. And during that interview, she identified Derek Floyd.
Objection. Overruled.
Derek Floyd, Corey Matthews, and DeAmber. She referred to her as DeAmber Fowler. So that was initially where his name first came up. After that, I using some open source intelligence and other means of OLEG and things of that nature, I was able to identify Derek Floyd and match up his image with the person I saw in the video. And I also researched vehicles that were registered to him, and I found the third vehicle that was involved here, the black Mercury.
So talking about the video, so we saw State's Exhibit number 12. Did you become aware of the existence of another video that showed the circumstances of the assault?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 11. Does that, let's pull it up.
You know, pain from arthritis is awful. Bone-on-bone, constant pain. But there are effective ways to deal with that pain that does not include drugs or surgery.
So
Hey,
that's
it's
a
Tom.
video
There are new
from a different angle than the one we saw
therapies that may
earlier.
work for you to get you some lasting relief. The place to go is QC Kinetics. QC.
And does it also show individuals heading back to cars and leaving the particular scene?
It does.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 13 as part of the investigation of the case and the obtaining of those videos. Looking at this, are you familiar with this particular video that was prepared?
Yes.
What is this and how was it prepared?
This is just a zoomed in version of the original video that we saw, created in VLC player, just using a feature inside of that tool.
And it actually combines the two videos that we saw zoomed in as well. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you talk about being able to identify individuals, did you go, upon receiving names, were you able to identify these individuals as folks that you had already received the names of?
Yes.
The guy in the blue shirt, who were you able to identify that as?
That is Derek Floyd.
No shirt?
Corey Matthews.
The pink shirt?
DeAmber Mitchell.
The blue scrubs walking there in the front?
Brittany Matthews.
The green shirt?
Tiffany Parks.
And then the one walking or running away from the scene at this point across the street?
Zoe Matthews.
Who got into that car as it's driving away?
Derek Floyd and Corey Matthews.
The white Ford behind that, did you observe who got into that car?
Tiffany Parks, DeAmber Mitchell, and Zoe Matthews.
And then the Jeep that was following?
Just Brittany Matthews.
You said Tiffany Parks came back, I'm sorry, Zoe Matthews came back to was brought back to the police department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have contact with Zoe Matthews there?
I did.
And did you have the opportunity to speak with Zoe?
I did.
And was the entire interactions that you had between yourself and Zoe Matthews recorded, both audio and video, that particular day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit number 27. Does this look familiar to you, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is a video of the interview I conducted with Zoe Matthews the day of the assault.
This time we'd ask to go ahead and play the interview of Zoe.
So, counsel, I have a question. So we have interview of Tiffany Park, Zoe Matthews, Derek Floyd, Brittany Matthews, and Corey Matthews?
The only
Right?
one I intend to introduce is Zoe, Your Honor.
Okay. So, it's about 40 minutes long. We can all sit here and watch it together if we want. Is there any reason why I shouldn't just watch it? I mean, we're not going to finish today. Is there any reason why I shouldn't just watch it tonight, and then we come back for that portion tomorrow? Or does somebody want to sit here while we watch it all?
I have no objection to that.
No objection.
For my edification, out of all of the tapes, this is the only one you're going to introduce at trial.
Correct.
I'd like to hear it, Judge.
Me too, Your Honor, I'm just concerned about, I'd like to hear.
You've not heard, this is the first time you're seeing
No,
this?
it is not, but I'd like to hear it again.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hardman.
I'll be right back.
Do I understand it's about 36 minutes?
It is. I'm just forwarding it through the first couple minutes of this document.
How old are you?
16.
You got tattoos already?
Yeah, this, I just got this because that's what I like.
Yeah?
But this is my dad's name.
Okay. What's your dad's name?
Lamont.
All right. You ever been in trouble before?
Only once has been stuff because the girl, she, like, basically beat me up at school. So,
Gotcha. Okay. Nothing like this.
no.
Okay. Well, whenever you talk to a police officer, I'm sure you've seen some TV shows and stuff like that, and you've heard somebody like getting read their rights.
Mhm.
You ever heard of that? That's a real thing. So before I talk to you, I'm going to read you your rights, okay, and make sure you understand them, and then we're just going to have a conversation. All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that right?
Mhm.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that?
Mhm.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. Do you understand that right?
Mhm.
Cannot afford to hire a lawyer. One can be appointed by the court or represent you before any questioning if you wish.
Mhm.
Do you understand? If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering any time and consult a lawyer. Do you understand that right?
Mhm.
And in addition to the above, you have the right to have your parents and or guardian with you during questioning. Do you understand that?
Mhm.
All right, any questions about any of that?
Well, the last one, I only have one parent. My dad died.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Basically, it's a unique.
That's why we all
situation
listen
for
to
your
it
mom
at home,
and
Mr.
your
Bennett,
yourself.
because it's easier to hear.
You know, if at any time during our conversation you want to stop and want to have your mom present, then we'll stop the conversation. Okay? All right. Can I just get you to sign here? All that's stating is that I read that to you, and you'll get a copy of this. Okay?
It's not gonna be hard because I can't feel in my hand right here.
Okay. Can you use your other hand? Do the best you can. little ambidextrous going on. Just, it doesn't need to be pretty.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. No need to apologize.
That's a mess.
Well, you write better with your wrong hand than I do with my right hand. I can't even read my handwriting. Okay, so your last name is Matthews. All right. Mattheews? What's your birthday?
July 21st, 2008.
What grade you in?
11th.
What school you go to?
Corey.
All right. What happened to your hand?
Well, my mom, her boyfriend, they were fighting, and he was hitting her, and I got in it, and then he hit me, and so he hit me. He had a, I don't know what it is, but like it's long, like a crowbar or whatever it is. I don't know. He hit me, and I tried to block it, and it hit my knuckles. So this right here hurts.
Did you go to the hospital or anything like that? Did you tell anybody before this that your hand hurt?
I told my mom when everything happened, but we came to the police station, whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, tell me a little bit about what happened this morning. How that happened. You said they were getting in a fight.
This was last night, but he,
Okay.
I don't know, something's wrong with him, honestly. But he, last night my mom and him went to my mom's friends. I think it was an anniversary party, I think.
Okay.
And they were there, and he had got mad because my mom wanted to leave. She wanted to go home, so he got in the car, was calling her all types of names. And basically he was hitting her in the car on the way home. And she was like, stop the car, let me out, stop the car. He was driving my mom's car. And they got home, he came there and he was like yelling and stuff. And I'm like, I was in my room was upstairs. I was trying to figure out what's going on. So I came downstairs and I'm like, what's going on, what happened? And my mom turned on the light, her mouth bleeding. And he took the keys to the other car we have and drove off. And that was like 12 something. And when
last night?
Yeah, this was last night. My mom left. She was like, I'll be back. She left. She went to my grandmother's house and basically told my grandmother everything that happened. And he came back at like 2 something and he was banging on my door. And I was like, yeah. He was like, where's your mom? I was like, she left. He was like, you need to call her. I was like, why? What happened? And he was like, you need to call her now. And I was just like, okay. So I closed my door back and I locked it. And I called my mom. I was like, he's back and he wants you to be on the phone. And my mom was like, no, because she left so nothing would happen. Like no fight, them fighting or arguing. And she came back and he stayed and he was just up, like just going through stuff, just up. And she came back at, I don't know, I think it was like 8 in the morning, 7, 8, one of those. She came back and I was upstairs asleep and all I heard was her scream my name. And I come downstairs and I just see a big old glob of spit on her face. I said, what happened? And she was like, he just spit in my face. I was like, why? He basically went in there with my mom's room and was like, give me a ride to my mom's house now. And he was calling her B-words and all types of stuff. And my mom was like, no, you're not going to keep disrespecting me. Just get out of my house. Get out of my house. Leave. And he had some bags in his hand. And he just kept, he was acting like he would leave out. He was going to leave out the door, but kept coming back. And my mom was like, you need to leave right now. And he wouldn't leave. So mom told me to go in her room, grab her keys and stuff. Because last time this was like, it was recently, but last time he took my mom's wallet, ID, everything. So she told me to grab her keys, and I took them. And then that's when he left. He left and went in the room, acted like he was grabbing some stuff or whatever. Came back, and mom said, "Why do you keep walking around my house? You need to leave." And my mom's on the phone with his mom telling her everything. She's like, well, I have nothing to do with it. I don't know what to say. Just leave. She told her son to leave. He's talking about no, because she gonna keep telling me no, she need to take me where I need to go. Like, he just wouldn't leave. So my mom, she was like, you need to leave my house, I'm gonna call the cops. She was like, you're just gonna have to call the cops because I'm not leaving. So he got in her face, and mom said, back away from me. My mom pushed him, and he got in her face, and then that's when he hit her. And my mom started hitting him back. She threw my mom on the couch, and they was tussling over the bar, and he was trying to basically like hit my mom. My mom's like this on the couch. He's on top of her, like laying back on her, trying to hit her with the bar. And I'm like, stop, stop, stop. I'm trying to say stop because I didn't want to get between her, get hit. But then he started choking my mom, punching her in her face, and that's when I got in and I punched him and got him off my mom, and I told him to get out, and I told my neighbors to call the cops, but they never called the cops.
Okay. And during that, when he was swinging around, he swung it at you said?
Yeah, he hit me because I have my bonnet on. He grabbed me by my hair. That's how my bonnet came off. And then he tried to hit me with the thing, and I went like this.
Okay. Can I see your hand? Is it swollen or anything like that?
It went down, but it was real big before.
You do this. Can I see the side of it? Okay. So after all that went down, did your mom ever end up getting a hold of the bar and hit him or anything like that, or?
Mom, she threw it at him.
She threw it at him?
Yeah, when he left out.
So he eventually did leave?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He left and he went walking, and it's like a little cut in our, like, you go up the street and it's like a cut down, like where it ends, and he went that way. And then he just left.
So after that happened this morning, obviously you know why you're sitting here, right? How did all that transpire? You know, I'm assuming you guys followed him up here, but how did you get a hold of everybody else? I'm assuming it was your mom that made phone calls.
So the car, he still has the keys. He has the keys, he has the house keys, and my mom.
He has the key to your mom's car?
No, not my mom's car. My mom has the keys, the other car. He has those keys. And my mom, she called his aunt and was like, could you ask your nephew to give me my keys back? Like, he can leave it somewhere and I'll go get it. And he kept telling her, no, you're not getting nothing back. You're not getting nothing back. So my mom was like, okay, well, that's fine. And so they hung up the phone. His aunt called back and said, well, I can't find him. I went to that cousin's house. I don't know the cousin name, but the cousin lives like kind of down the street from us. So she was like, I'm gonna go see if he's there. And that's when his mom called and was like, well, he's not here. He's not here. But he was with his aunt the whole time, and his aunt was taking him to his mom's house. And that's when my mom called his aunt back, was like, have you found him? And she said no, but we heard him. So he's like, they're going to his mom's house. We followed him up there because we seen him coming from his aunt's house that lived in North College Hill. We was going over there, and we seen him get in the car, and we was like, my mom was like, can you give me my keys back? And he was like, nope, not getting them. You're just gonna have to come get them. You're gonna have to come get them yourself. Come get them off me.
So you were in your mom's car? That's the white car, right? Who was with you in that car?
It was just me and my mom.
Okay.
And when I don't know what street it was, but we got off the highway and we by like Shells, Popeyes. I don't know where that's at. It's somewhere up here though.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
We got off of there and they were going to his mom's house. So we was gonna go to his mom's house, get our stuff, and we was gonna leave. But once we got out the car, like at the light, and he got out like, oh, I wanna fight. Like he pulling his pants up, squaring up, his aunt talking about no, no, no. But his aunt pulled off and he started swinging on us. And then
So there was you guys were traveling in like 3 cars. There was 2 other cars. There's a white Jeep and a black car, like a black Mercury. And multiple people got out of those cars. How did those people get involved?
I think they were looking at my location. They all have my location. And when I told them, because I was like, it was was at home. I called my cousin, and I was like, I got hit. He punched me in my face. He punched me. And she was like, what happened? What? So she called and told. And
Okay.
probably like relayed back.
So your cousin, is that Brittany Matthews?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So who else showed up? So you're saying Brittany called other people after you? So basically, you called Brittany and said that I got hit in the face. We're following him to his mom's house to get our stuff.
I called her when I was at home. I told her that I got hit in the face. She was like, what? Hold on, she was gonna come over here, but she couldn't come. And I was like, hold on, I'll call you back. And I hung up. But them getting there, I don't know. I don't know the two people that, the Mercury or whatever. I just know.
You don't know how they showed up?
No.
If I show you some pictures here. So like this girl here, she got in that car with you and your mom. Who was that?
Oh, that's my cousin.
What's her name?
Deamber.
Deamber?
Mm-hmm.
How you spell that?
Deamber.
What's her last name?
I think it's Fowler.
Fowler?
Yeah, I don't know. She was married at one point in time, so I don't know what she.
About how old is she?
I don't know.
She's your cousin? How is she related to you exactly?
That's my mom's cousin. My grandmother's sister.
Your grandmother's sister's daughter. So she's related to your mom. And you think her name's Fowler?
Yeah.
Like Fowler?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's see. What about this guy?
I don't know. I don't know him.
You don't know him?
No.
What about this guy? Kind of hard to see, but I mean, you were there. So, guy in the t-shirt, looks like he's wearing a ball cap, no shoes. He gets into that black car again. Did you see what I'm talking about here? He's right behind you. Can you tell me who that is?
I think they're friends, the two dudes. Or whatever they are.
Can I be honest with you? I think you know who both those guys are, and you're trying to protect them, which is, I understand. I'm actually really bummed you're sitting here because you're 16 years old. Like this is not fun for me. Someone's never been in trouble before. Like I want this to go smoothly for you as possible. So as honest and forthcoming as you can be with me, the better this will go. And it's gonna help. I mean, we're gonna find the police too eventually. It's not gonna be hard. Like we found you guys in like an hour. It'll just be a matter of time before we do. But I think you know who they are. I don't think there's strangers that are gonna just show up and beat some dude with a baseball bat because you got hit. I think they care about you and they know you. They're probably your family or close friends. Am I close? So, can you tell me who they are?
They're my cousins.
Okay. Can you tell me their names?
Corey Matthews and Derek Floyd, I think. Derek Floyd.
Corey Deontay Matthews.
I don't know his middle name. I don't know their middle names.
So just to kind of re-emphasize my point, I already have his name written down here. So I kind of already knew that's probably who that was. So I appreciate the honesty. And I had Derek too, but I had it as Derek Matthews. I didn't have Derek Floyd. So just to show you I wasn't BSing you, we're gonna find out who they are. So I do appreciate you being honest. Look, I'm sorry you went through what you went through last night and this morning. That's not anything that you should have to deal with. But what happened out on the roadway, that's not okay. That's not the right way to handle things. You know, you call the police, they come out, they arrest him, and none of this happens.
I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I just think my mom was just sick of it, because last time we called the police, they didn't do anything. Like, they took him to jail, and he got back out.
Let me show you something. Does that look like that was the right thing to do? Someone in the middle of broad daylight. I mean, that's like, that's you hitting him with a baseball bat. I see your bonnet.
Yeah, I hit him.
How many times did you hit him?
I think I hit him twice with the bat, and like, his, like, lower body right here. But
Why'd you do that?
because you are a grown man, and you're putting your hands on me. You punch me and try to drag me around. No.
You were just mad?
Yes. But if it wasn't like that, like if he did like a push, okay, that's just a push. But you punched me in my face.
I get your anger. I do. But you know, unfortunately, that's not the way that we handle things. Okay. What I can do is I will forward this stuff to, because I can't do anything about what happens in Coleraine. I have no jurisdiction down there. But what I can do is I can, if you'd like, do you want to write a statement about what happened down at your mom's house last night and this morning, and then I can forward that to, you guys live in Coleraine, right? I can forward that to Coleraine and we'll see what they can do about what happened down there. But as for what happened up here, there's some things we have to take care of, okay? You're gonna go to JDC tonight.
What's that?
Juvenile Detention Center.
How long?
I don't know, probably till at least Monday. Because these are, you hit someone with a baseball bat, that's serious. Like he's in very serious condition, like very, very serious. I'm not sure how he's gonna turn out if he does it all. So you're gonna get a felonious assault charge, which I hate. That sucks. You're 16 years old. That's a total bummer for me. There was a better way to handle this, and I think you got caught up in some adult drama that you probably should have stayed out of, unfortunately. So you seem like a nice kid. But I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like, this is a serious situation. So I appreciate you being honest with me, like that helps. And you know, when I write everything up, I can write it as if, you know, that you were very cooperative with me and you answered all my questions, you were very forthcoming. And you know, do you think this was the right thing to do, the right way to handle this? You can answer. Yeah. Probably just got caught up in the emotions of the moment, I'm guessing.
I really think that was, but because once it happened, I was just like, wow.
That got out of control. Yeah. All right, do me a favor. Do you want to write a statement about what happened? All right. Just write your name. Well, you can't write with your hand, can you? I'll tell you what, don't worry about it. I'll send them the video, okay? Do you need to see a doctor for your hand?
I don't know, it just...
Can you move your fingers? just hang tight.
I can't do this.
Okay. All right, hang tight for a second, okay? All right, so I think what we're gonna do is, one of our officers is gonna take you to Children's to have your hands looked at, or your hand looked at. And then, once they take a look at you, then they'll take you to, JDC, which is over in Lebanon. So, I'm assuming you haven't been in JDC before. Okay. So it's not as scary as like adult jail. It's a detention center specifically for juveniles, so you'll be there with other kids. But it's not a great place. Do you have any questions for me or anything else you want to say?
Where's my mom?
She's upstairs talking to another officer right now. She's gonna go to jail today as well. Not the same place as you. Close. You guys will be near each other, but be different in a different place. Was it the plan to go up and beat him up or what? I mean, why did we bring baseball bats?
When we got up there and we stopped and we seen him, he got out the car and was trying to swing on us. But once he seen that it was my cousins, Corey and Derek, he was like, "Oh, I'm not fighting them. I'm not fighting them."
He ran away, right?
Corey and him, they scored they were gonna fight and we were gonna let it happen. But Corey has like, I don't know, they like removed a part of his skull. So he basically he dropped him. You've seen it in the video. He was on top of him. That's why we ran over there. But if that never happened, they just like.
So you initially were gonna let Corey and is it Tim?
Timothy.
They were gonna fight.
Yes.
They start fighting. Timothy gets on top of Corey.
Yeah, slams him.
And that's when everybody else jumps in.
That's why. But other than that.
So you guys just happen to have bats?
That's because, I don't know. That's just how our family